Hello friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by TianYun Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
感觉得扛不住了，看着我进行了一波绕后的位置，想踢过来，但是没踢到什么关键位啊。
You've been planning to watch me dance.
但是阿凯就是不要开，这一波超进场再来一枪，还能再收一个。呼枪进场，收枪收枪，微博有点遭不住啊。
林毅知道已经没法打了，他得换线，又找到机会了。
其实，闪现回身再拉到太乙，反杀。
小心，程飞直接开，把明天运气血弹砍开大，冲进去，阿里先撤一波，风筝一下砍。先生选择了回闪。
If you came to watch me dance,
那个米阳的蓝进场，先将敌人给秒了。
perhaps you'd understand me better.
这一波公孙一绕后开团了。
是的，和蓝的一波完美的配合。
带上，
来一口咬进去。
Nothing draws a shark better.
接着上断腰，断腰回头一下。
And the sweet scent of blood.
断腰再一次站了出来，自己还有个多甲，再加上个明刀，
公孙离来了，
师傅我给了一推。
What's a life without its worth? compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high night. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Everything else still holds you. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back us down. Destiny is calling high night. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is in our sight. It's our time to shine high light.
A beam of light anywhere can light up the world. Light, a warm and outpour force, brings newcomers hope. Light, a thought for comeback, gives you an indelible desire.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
No matter where you are from, the desire to fight runs in our blood.
You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally
Everyone longs for unprecedented honor. Doing the best is the silent synergy among opponents.
my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down.
Fight, guard, meet the unknown power. Challenge, attack, rise to difficulties till being famous. Center of the world, shine like the star. Unbowed fighter never walks alone. Highlight will be lit by you. Let the world see your light.
It's our time to shine.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen from all over the world. This is 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship Group Stage, Week 1, Day 2. I'm today's cast and commentary, TianYun.
I'm today's commentary, Jacko.
So the group stage, we have been talking about it for a very long time.
Yeah.
Since the very late and started in November, we have been expected to see this kind of battles goes on.
Of course, as of late, we've been through the wildcard qualified, KPL region qualified. Now comes to the group stage. As yesterday, a lot of matches shows up, and we saw a lot of different style of playing in the game, especially in the jungle land.
Yeah, me too. I think there's a lot of first appearances for those teams who was directly qualified to the group stage. So I think there's still going through a lot of time trying to adjust into serious gaming and matching up atmospheres. And so hopefully they can have a huge and good recovery from yesterday's matches. And for those of you who are not so familiar with the rules or the formats, we again prepared a video clip for you, and let's watch it together.
The tournament can be divided into 3 stages: KIC2022 Wildcard Qualifier, KIC2022 KPL Qualifier, and the main draw. 8 teams from KPL area and 8 teams from other areas will compete in the KIC2022 group stage. For the 8 teams from other areas, 4 teams from Brazil area, Turkey area, Latin area, and Middle East and North Africa area respectively have already secured a seat in group stage through other area qualifiers, while the remaining 4 promotion quotas for group stage will be decided based on the results of wildcard qualifier from November 22nd to 24th. Where 8 teams from all over the world will fight for points through single cycle best of 1. Meanwhile, in KPL area, Chongqing Wolves and Wuhan eStarPro have directly won 2 seats. During KPL qualifier from November 25th to 30, the remaining 6 seats will be decided based on KIC points ranking results of other 12 KPL teams through a competition system, which is best of 7 for the first round and best of 1 for the second round. The 16 qualified teams will be divided into 4 groups by drawing lots based on their promotion order. The group stage begins on December the 3rd. After 10 days of grouping matches in the best of 2 double round robin system, 8 teams will advance to KIC2022 quarterfinals. The final 8 teams will be matched up into 4 groups by drawing lots and fight for the 4 tickets to semifinals from December 16th to 19th in the best of 7 single elimination system. The semifinals will take place on December 24th to 25th and determine the final 2 teams through a best of 7 single elimination system. Finally, we will witness the birth of the championship together on December the 30th. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Are you ready?
I think the most important information from the video we just saw is that we're playing in the double round robin instead of the single round one.
Yep, double round robins and BO2.
And that means you can have the second chance going against the same enemies. So yesterday we have together watched 4 matches in total, and I think only 1 resulted in a tie, and the rest in 3 will be resulted into 2-0. So the winner gets 3 points and 1-1. Each of the teams will have 1 point instead.
So it's very important for you to advance with your opponent to defeat him with 2-0.
And again, here we go. Dive into the part where we are going to introduce more interesting heroes to you guys, trying to explain more of how the whole strategy works out.
As we can see, the Shangguan, Agudo, and Kite, and the recommend build of the Shangguan is Boot of Tranquility, Scepter of Reverberation, Sovereign's Raft, Void Stop, and Tomb of Wisdom. And Agudo recommend build is Petrol X, Boots of Resistant Blade, and and the Boots of Tranquility, SCARZ Force Emblem, Blood Rage, Eyes of Phoenix, and Ominous Premonition. And the Kai recommend builds the Petrol Exports of Resistant Blazing Cape, Spark Mail, Long Night Guardian, Cuirass of Savagery.
That's a very interesting recommendations on the heroes because the second one and the third one are actually different kinds of the junglers. So Aguro is very special. We have been talking about the whole mechanism of this hero one time after another. So over and over, we are together to see like Aguro together with like Ma Chao. So basically, you're gonna see this jungler going together with a warrior in their whole teams. Maybe Ma Chao, maybe Charlotte. I think they're both like a very
Ma Chao, Charlotte,
very okay.
Yeah, it's all available. Guang Yu as well as them. So Kai with Aguro also can play. Also, it's a tank, tank jungler core. I think maybe.
You can see from the recommended build. You know, they're building the tanky defensive items so that they can be tanky enough so that it will be counted as a front line for the entire team. And again, let's see what kind of matches we're gonna see today. And these are the remaining teams from the non-KPL areas, and hopefully we're gonna see the very first battle for a very nice team. Has a name called Red Canids from Brazil area.
Red Canids will show up today, and then Issuers will show up tomorrow.
Let's look forward to see their performances in tomorrow's matches. And we pretty much covered like the Genji, the Bacon Time, Nova, Impunity, YaLLa esports yesterday. So today we're gonna see like Red Canids be the first one, and Shanghai EDG.M versus YaLLa again, Beijing Weibo versus Bacon Time, and the last one will be Nanjing Hero versus Wuhan eStarPro.
Well, that's an excellent match in the last game.
Lu Bu played by Summer is really good. The timing is very good, and he dares to play. I really like this comment. I could still like recall like how Summer plays the Lu Bu every single time. The team fight, the skirmish happened in the top lane around the high ground tower. I remember this clip.
You remember so detailed on that.
Using the ultimate, trying to give a lot of initiation, trying to start up a fight. That's one key element when you're playing Lu Bu. The ultimate is very important.
Yep, because Lu Bu's ultimate can separate the battlefield, and then he can offer the protection to the teammate. Also can make some initiation to the opponent.
Of course, and let's see more statistics from our famous players who will be seen today. eStar from eStarPro, Qingrong. Qingrong is the mid lane player, mid laner representing Wuhan eStarPro. So many achievements. I couldn't even like pronounce all of them because it takes a lot of time.
It takes a lot of time from 2020 to 2022. All of that is the champion, and we can see the grand final MVP inside.
2 MVPs being awarded to the single player. I would say Qingrong is very talented because starting off in the whole like professional career, he was trying to go to the position as a jungler and then being transferred to mid according to Zhou's recommendation. So Qingrong is the former player representing Hero. So this will be the reason why we have so many expectations toward the very last match of the day, because Qingrong is facing the former club he used to represent for. That's so interesting.
That's very interesting things of that.
And the starting list for today from both teams. I've been like watching Red Canids matches for a very long time. Their finals going against BK.
We did some research in the KPL in the Brazil areas. Actually, they play in the finals against this weekend 4-2, and they really love to ban away Zhuangzi, this kind of hero.
They played quite good. I think they are like basically a team who really like to engage in the team fight. So team fight will be what matters to Red Canids. They really like to pick up those characters, those compositions who will having a lot of merits when it comes to like jungle area team fights. So let's see what kind of preparation that SCARZ have been like prepared for today's match. Going against completely different and completely new teams.
Very new teams. SCARZ, I think they performed not their best in the yesterday, so today I'm gonna see them to perform in their best.
they are like defeated by Chengdu AG within 0-2. That's a complete failure, I would say, because each single match only cost AG around 12 minutes to finish up. Yeah, so hopefully like SCARZ can recover from yesterday's failure and trying to do their best in today's matchup. Because honestly speaking, I think these non-area, long KPL area teams might have the biggest chance of winning when going against non-KPL teams. So this will be their chance.
This is the biggest chance for them, and as yesterday, the biggest problem of SCARZ maybe it's the top side. The top side, they cannot defend, they cannot have a good defensive in the jungle land, especially the blue side. So they also have a substitution today.
Totally agreed.
They exchange the top laner reliever into the Yami.
Yami goes up in exchange.
Hopefully Yami can bring something new to the SCARZ.
Yep, and SCARZ will be the blue side, and on the other side, Red Canids stayed in the red. The very first appearance for Red Canids to play in 2022 KIC group stage. Let's together see what kind of composition, what kind of heroes they're actually trying to pull off.
Look at the ban pick. Chao, and then Gongsun been banned away. The next one will be Zhang Fei or not.
These are very typical like ban places. Highly recommended you to trying to take this off at the same time when you're doing ranking.
The Luba Master has been banned away, so the first pick is Shen Mengxi.
Okay. Understandable, acceptable, like Shen Mengxi being one of the most popular picks for all the teams.
I think this is most popular in the KIC right now.
Yep. I think in the meta we are playing and we are applying right now, the mid laners choices are quite limited. So you better go for the Shen Mengxi.
Yep, it's the best choice for the BO1 or the BO2. And then Lu Bu and Zhang Fei.
Oh, they're very familiar with this kind of duel because they used to play this a lot in their finals.
In their finals, they play a lot. This kind of hero, they really love to play on encountering the team fight, so this two hero is more adapt to their composition.
Yeah, this massive CC chains is enough for Red Canids trying to fight back. So let's see what kind of like racing characters is available for both teams. Marco Polo is being chosen in the side of SCARZ, going to Autumn. I love this player.
Yeah, love this player, and when Autumn play like Gongsun Ladies and Marco Polo, always can show the high upper limits of this player.
I mean, yesterday, even though SCARZ got completely defeated by AG, but Autumn managed to get a solo kill against Ino.
Yeah.
Huge achievements.
It's totally important of that.
Yeah, because Ino is one of the like best marksmen in KPL. It really means something if you're doing a 1 versus 1 solo, you got a kill.
Yeah, the bottom duo always can secure the early game and the mid game.
Yeah.
Even the late game. So the top side have to do something to protect, to offer some protection of the bottom side.
I think Marco Polo is the best choice for SCARZ. Not to mention the fact that Autumn is a wonderful, like very impressive Marco Polo player. And on the other side, if you're facing like two front lines, for example, like Lu Bu and Zhang Fei, Marco Polo with the true damage will always be the right answer.
Because the flexibility of Marco Polo is so important to dodge like Zhang Fei's ultimate, Lu Bu's ultimate, as well as Lam's ultimate. So it's pretty important, and Marco Polo can kite around this kind of hero.
Like SCARZ is really trying to speed up for this match. TianYun together with Marco Polo, that's a very aggressive early game at bottom duels.
Yep, maybe this kind of bottom duel will show up in 4 minutes and 5 minutes, but the top side you can see Jing, Xiao and Shen Mengxi so aggressive.
Powerful enough. I think the top triangle is powerful enough, not to mention the lower one. And with the help and with the extra gold offered by TianYun, this Marco Polo will probably have like a doomsday and just like
4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes, around 4 minutes. That's enough.
Normally it's in 4:30. With the TianYun extra gold, maybe 4 minutes can build it. So the last pick, the counter pick of the Red Canids, they still lack of the mid laners, so they choose the Zhao Jun.
I was really like confusing about how low the win rate for Consort Yu is in 2022 KIC. So we started to late this kind of statistics in the very first day in the wildcard qualifiers. And we've been through the wildcard qualifiers, the first one and the second round of KPL region qualifiers, all the same. The result is all the same. Like when you're choosing Kang So-yu as your marksman, you have very little win rate.
Yeah, but even though this is a fact, but without doubt, Kang So-yu's second ability, the protecting win, is the best option to avoid Jing's ultimate come inside and do a lot of burst damage.
I think SCARZ is pretty much very confident towards this kind of battles because you have to show you're a master of the heroes when you're trying to pull off like the Marco Polo and Tai Zhen going against like Kang So-yu in the bottom.
They actually tried their best because Jerry is really love to play with Jing, this hero, and Autumn. Without doubt, any hero with flexibility is his love.
I mean, Jerry, this particular player went through a lot yesterday. He was facing like in total 2 matchups and with no buff, literally no buff remaining in the jungle for him to farm up. That's very hard to come through. So hopefully like Jerry can completely like recover from yesterday's.
Yeah, but that's reasonable. So they exchanged Yami onto this stage.
Maybe.
Hopefully Yami can offer some protection for Jerry to protect the jungle land.
Definitely.
0 buff, it's so struggled yesterday.
Because Red Canids still choose to have themselves paired up with 2 smites. That means that if they have the waves, if they can be the first one getting into your jungle, they will definitely be there. So let's together witness the very first match in
All forces, move out!
between SCARZ and Red Canids. Good one, BO2. 2 matchups in total. This will be the very first one.
Yep, the first game.
Nothing special.
Just clean the wave. First wave priority were kept by the SCARZ. Then make some rotate into the blue buff once again.
Oh, they went straight forward to the lizard.
Yeah.
But Tai Zhen's first ability does not have any effect and any damage on the jungle, so they gave it up. Otsio trying to stun 2 people.
But the main purpose is to delay Lamb's farming up.
And bottom lane, nothing special happened because Kang So-yu can completely having those advantages when comparing to Marco Polo. The laning will be extremely hard.
Yep. It's so hard for Marco Polo, but with the protection offered by the mid lane, I think it's pretty okay because SCARZ always can keep the priority of the mid lane, and the vision of the bottom side is totally controlled by SCARZ.
I think like peace for farming up this kind of situation is completely acceptable for Jerry. Because finally he got himself like 2 buffs in total from the very first round of the jungles.
Both of them. They got a double buff.
Get to level 4 when the time hits 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's good enough. Let's see Danny's movements. Like Danny is very famous using the slam, getting a lot of kills.
Yep.
Renewing the records from the Brazil qualifiers.
Yep. Also, he has a lot of fans in the Brazil area.
Yeah, that's a confident pick.
Tyrants have spawned!
There's no way that Jin together with Xiao can try to kill Niop. With Lu Bu, with the flicker available and the ultimate is also available right now.
The only thing they can do is to farming up to sharing the goal in top side. And maybe something will happen in the bottom side, but I think it's not enough damage for the kill, especially the marksmen Kang So-yu and Marco Polo.
But it's always nice trying to play more cautiously than recklessly, you know. Finding the right time will be a good solution for both Red Canids and SCARZ. Waiting for something to happen. An ultimate from Shen Mengxi trying to chip away those HP bars from the 2 characters.
Yep. And look at the bottom side, trying to find it stun onto the Kang So-yu. But Fusion, he triggered the second ability.
Oh, ASE making the quick rotation from the mid to the bottom. But got hit by the Stone Fate, trying to opening up the vision on the bottom side.
So a little skirmish might happen in 8 minutes or 7 minutes, I have no idea.
I think if this game continues to do the same, Red Canids will be definitely having like themselves, gaining themselves more damages in the late game.
Yep.
Both Lu Bu and Concert Yu are very late game heroes.
So SCARZ, they're waiting for autumn. They're waiting for the Doomsday Spirit up, and then the autumn can start up the pace.
Well, already letting Fusion up to the mid, trying to gain this River Sprite together. Okay, using the first ability to opening up the Vigil in the bush. That's one strategy.
Yep.
You can hear the sound effect from Concert Yu's first ability. If you hit some target, the voice will be completely different.
Exactly. Look at the top side. This is the jungle solo. And look at the HP trade. Jing is in the advantage, and he would like to have some solo kill
Danny.
inside. Instead of solo kill or strike back, the first blood goes to Jerry.
I mean, Danny was completely attracted by the waves. You know, he wanted to use the skill to gain those waves in order to gain more gold. But yeah, you're facing very low HP, so the cooldown, the ability from Jerry is also available. That's the reason why he got solo killed.
And look at Scott trying to find some skirmers in the bottom side, but not enough damage for the kill. And then Zhaojun arrive and they start to strike back. Look at Zhaojun's ultimate, it's not available, so not enough damage for retain any opponent.
A nice decision by Yami, using his body completely blocking away those enemies trying to get closer to the backlines. Using the second phase of the first ability from Xiao will enable Xiao to be tankier and at the same time given more crowd control to the enemy.
Look at Cherry once again trying to find it out.
Wow,
now,
nice
without the
targeting.
first ability, another double kill, will trigger or not?
Short of range,
It was
short of
close.
range. But that was really close. Danny was really dangerous.
Really dangerous. I think Jerry.
Oh, Jerry got completely different, you know, compared with yesterday's performances. So you will get the idea. Once you will have like enough buff to farm up, you will gradually be building up your confidence.
Building up a lot of confidence and learn a lot of lesson from yesterday. Learn how to encountering against the opponents, especially the jungle.
I think the top, like the skirmish happened down there, is like false calculation of the damage from Jing. Another ultimate from wow, Shenmengxu with the one more out attack from Marco Polo. Managed to gain back this kill again to the side of SCARZ.
That's a pretty accurate first ability.
Red Canids really need to buy themselves more time, doing more adjustments. And right now, the best solution for them is trying to play safely, play like peacefully, trying to gain more gold to the core. For example, Lam and Concert Yu.
But the problem for them is how can you defend this
It's very hard.
jungle core, this jungle land. So this is the same problem for the Red Canids, just like SCARZ yesterday did. And look, Autumn.
Wow, this might be
been
the
taken
chance.
very low. Uses a fever punch, but the auto attack from Concert Yu will guarantee this kill. And then Ochio has been taken very low. Have to retreat.
I would say from the very first moment where the team fight started, actually ASE is used a good ultimate trying to do the token damage to the Red Canids. But just within 1 second, like saw together with Miep just decided, you know, bro, we should do this. We have our like ultimate together and available. We should try to stop SCARZ from taking a lot of resources from our side. And successfully they did it. Nice on. Like very good combo using the jump phase ultimate together with Lu Bu's.
Just like we saw before, they're really good at team fight, and this kind of job they really love to and really expert in.
In this specific period of time, I think the SCARZ damage is not enough because they're still waiting for this Marco Polo to farm up, and ASE are already used off its ultimate. So the damage is pretty much very limited in the team fight just now happened.
Yeah.
And right now, let's see. Red Canids finally won a kill to their side. What's their next move? Oh,
I think the next move is to offer the vision and protection to the Concert Yu.
The blue buff has been spawned.
But Zhangfei's ultimate is not available, so it's hard to get inside. Trying to find some jungle content, and look at Autumn trying to find a lot of damage onto the Mist. And Mist is being taken very low. Look at Concert Yu. Concert Yu is being taken away, and Autumn is down as well as the Concert Yu. And then TianYun maybe the next. Look at Lam jump inside, do a lot of damage. And Jing was frozen by Mist.
Okay, that was a close 1-1 trade. Maybe Danny is looking for more, but AS is really full in HP, so Danny chooses to retreat back. Jerry still got to cool down CDs with his ability, trying to chip away those HPs again.
Yeah, but
maybe Jerry's looking for to do the invasion all by himself. I think it's quite dangerous.
Quite dangerous on that, but the Jing, his ultimate is invaluable. Look at the exchange of the rotation on into this mirror space, but the count is his life.
I would say that's a very cool gesture. You're doing 1 versus 3 and you manage to gain the blue buff back. But unfortunately, the teammates is a little bit too slow, trying to gain like more protection to Jerry, trying to make sure that Jerry can find a route to go away. And this will be the replay for the former team fights. Yami using the flash to deck away, and Ozio together using the flash to go away again.
And this kind of location really adapt to Red Canids. This composition, especially the Zhao Jun. Their second ability have frozen 2 members of the Red. Oh, that's the timing SCARZ they found.
I think the standing point, you have to be more careful to choose where you're gonna stand when you're facing your enemies ahead of you. So first mistake will be like Fusion stand in the middle in the river. So that's a starting point for SCARZ trying to initiate the team fights, and right now Mist could be standing closer to your towers. So your towers will completely offer you a lot of protections. You don't have to step too far from your territory. 10 minutes, Cannon was available for both sides.
And then the Shadow Tyrant regained by the SCARZ. And the problem for the Red Canids is hard to take this kind of accurate damage.
This is a good strategy pull out. So when your teammates are gaining this Dark Overlord and gaining this Tyrant to your side, you'd better have your teammates standing on the other side, having the vision on the Overlord.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the bottom side, trying to find a kill onto Jerry.
Oh, Jerry!
He used ultimate to dodge a lot of damage, but you only have 2 hands. How can you against with 8 hands?
You went too far when trying to manage this wave, going too far, too deep.
It's too deep. I think Jerry really play really aggressive, trying to invade the jungle lane alone. But this is a teamwork. Oh, look at Autumn just jumping inside. Beaver Barrage trying to find a kill onto the opponent and double kill back over to Autumn. Nice play.
Crazy diving in time for Autumn. I would say this is one of the players I really liked from SCARZ. He really knows where is the right moment, where is the perfect angle he wants to search for. And right now, when he sees the chance, he will go in directly for it. So just now we are seeing Marco Polo using the ultimate, gain himself a double kill. Firstly, he used the first ability trying to slow down, and then using the second ability, 1 dash, and the ultimate, the second dash, with the help of Tai Yijin's ultimate, managed to bring him back again. That's so cool. Collaboration standing.
The first ability will accelerate some true damage marks onto the Concert Yu, and then the next Beaver Barrage, the ultimate, just jump inside to trigger the true damage so he can kill Concert Yu very quick. Clever move. That's the detail of how can you play with Marco Polo, this kind of hero, and how can you against with Yu Ji, it's Concert Yu.
And Frigid Charge will be his choice for the items, good ones. So usually we would normally see Marco Polo pair himself with a Purify and choose to have the Frigid Charge as a means to trying to gain himself more initiation, more crowd controls.
Just like extra stun.
Yeah, freezing the animates within a very short of the radius for half seconds, that's something.
Yep. Right now, 12 minutes. SCARZ, they have 4,000 gold lead. I think it's acceptable for the side of Red Canids right now, because if they really play as a 5v5 team fight, I don't think they were gonna lose.
11,000 for Marco Polo, that's too huge. This goal differences is very hard to climb for Red Canids. Marco Polo will just stay the same, using the continuously poking against Red Canids. Once you see some frontliners, there's no vision offered by frontliners. Because if you want to fight for it, you will be definitely be constantly poking by Marco Polo, as we're seeing right now. Autumn, go in as a front line, go and stand in the #1 position for the whole team, SCARZ.
And that's why they choose to pick Marco Polo, this kind of hero. It's really effective coming out against with like Zhang Wei and Yu Bu, this kind of hero. Always kind of wrong, especially when he gains that red buff.
I mean, the whole rhythm of SCARZ is quite good. So firstly, you want to engage in some of team fights, gaining yourself a little bit, go lead, and the next move and the next step will be like gaining the common objective, trying to start snowballing, and gaining the Overlord, trying to make good use of the Overlord and take down all the high grounds or the outer turrets from your enemies.
Yep.
Like very smoothly getting what they want.
But the Shadow Vanguard has been issued, it's been released. Right now, SCARZ have to find some way to aim this game, especially Red Canids. They still have the mid-lane outer turret.
Yep.
Even though you can control all the resources outside, but the turret pushing is the main point you have to do.
That's the reason why like Mist go for the Zhao Jing. So Zhao Jing barely do any rotation to the side lanes. He stays in the mid forever, using the ultimate to clean waves after waves. The minions just completely got vanished in the mid because Zhao Jing stayed there all the time. That's one good sign. That shows like gaming understanding for the side of Red Canids.
Has destroyed a tower.
But another thing you can do is that if your enemy choose to gather around, stay in the mid, trying to clean every single wave, you can always shift the whole attention to the side lanes. That's what like SCARZ did just now, using the wave push further and tear down the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane.
And the main purpose is to distract the Red Canids.
Wow, Jerry, good
Oh, look at
positioning.
Jerry! It's jumping inside to find a lot of damage onto the Concert U, and then, wow, that's the first damage into the backline, triple kill. Back over to the Marco Polo, 0 for 3.
And
happens
then
within seconds.
Getting one more red buff. I think this Marco Polo is ready for everything that's gonna be happen.
Yeah.
And Lam, Danny, still using the side lanes, trying to farm up a little bit. But I think he should go in forward, trying to give more support to the whole like team fight from Red Canids. Zhao Jing will be the member who survived in the mid, using the ultimate to clean the wave as much as possible.
But they have to find a way to have a team fight from the side of the Red Canids, just like the early game, the mid game. They fight several beautiful team fights.
Yeah.
They cannot be passively in at the stage of this time. They have to be aggressively.
The two cores are fully ready for SCARZ. Like the jungler and marksman are fully decked up.
Look at Lam jumping inside, trying to find the damage onto the Marco Polo. Marco Polo's been taken very low, but it's so flexible. It's hard to find a kill onto Autumn.
Like 2 dashes available is a charm for Marco Polo. The reason you picked this kind of marksman is because it's flexible enough. He can survive on his own using the whole like if Yami and Otio are staying in the right position, like Marco Polo can find any kind of opportunity you want to dive in, and using the 2 dashes available, using the second ability and the ultimate all together, trying to make sure and get to the next wave and next location he want to be. Like the whole charm for Marco Polo is this. And if you gained over 15,000 gold within one single match, you will feel completely like nobody's gonna be a threat to you.
Completely invincible, and look at that double ultimate is not available to find the Marco Polo. And Marco Polo ultimate jump inside, trying to strike back, but not in range.
Red Canids is completely losing, using the smite and the pure sky as a common skill, and then the ultimate are also being forced out from the 2 top lanes. I think Diop still needs nearly 30 seconds to revive from the base, and Red Canids should protect Mist altogether, trying to make sure that Zhao Jin stay alive, using the ultimate can be the only hope for them, trying to clean the waves as soon as possible.
Yep, but Zhao Jin can clean the normal waves, but this kind of Vanguard, it's hard to clean the Vanguards right now.
SCARZ is stepping closer to their victories. They have been looking forward to gain themselves some points starting from yesterday's matchups. This is a good one. This is a very close one.
Very close. They don't want to delay this game to 20 minutes, especially the temperature and everything will become 50-50.
I think SCARZ can go for more. They can like play more wildly than they're doing this right now.
Yep.
Because I know their strats. They know exactly this might be the fight they have, the chances to finally gain some points to their side. So they're playing so cautiously. They don't want to force into anything.
Yeah, look at Zhang Fei. The real damage has been triggered. Look at the lamp jump inside to the back line, but it's hard to find any kill in the back line because a lot of protection offered by Taizhen and Xiao.
I think that this initiation, this use of the ultimate from Zhang Fei is good because they have the vision from Marco Polo completely having a far distance with his teammates. But I mean, Danny just goes straight forward into the backlines doing 1 versus 4. That's not a very fair trade.
But this kind of move, they have to bond together. They cannot separate. And do it alone. You cannot 1v4 with only 9,000 gold. Yeah, such like that.
But the time has already been stolen to the 20 minutes. The Tempest Dragon is being spawned after 13 seconds.
That would be the only
That will be
chance.
Red Canids' opportunity because they have like 2 smites available in their composition.
Yeah, but the execution about the teamwork, it's so important, especially this kind of drop.
You have to let your teammates know what you're gonna do, what's your next move. They have to like communicate all together, all in one as a team.
Yeah.
And make decisions together.
And look at Zhang Fei. Ultimate is being forced out, and look at Lu Bu jump inside, one is done onto 3, and then none of them will get inside, but not enough. Look at Lan getting to the back line, but it's so flexible, it's hard to get close to the Marco Polo. Marco Polo Fever Branch jump inside, find out the damage, and change to the 6th Century. Extra life will help him to stand up again.
Nobody went down, but Red Canids have lost 2 soldiers from their whole composition. I think right now SCARZ is waiting just simply for the wave to rush into March in, and they will be their opportunity to gain themselves the very first victory in the group stage. Second day, match 1. The first points go to the side of SCARZ. It's an easy win, right?
Yep, that's an easy win, but I think they can be more easier to finish this game.
Yeah, me too. I think it's a good sign, you know, from the very first day of the group match, you got completely defeated by your enemy. Very powerful one, AG. And then after 1 day and 1 night of like reviewing on what you performed, they decided in together to go for this victory in a very like smooth way, a peaceful way. I think it's okay.
Yeah, pretty okay, especially when you win this game. Everything is acceptable and reasonable.
Yeah. So after all, you're gonna unleash yourself, unleash your true like human nature in the following games. They still have a lot of times because our group stage will be lasted for 2 weeks in total, 10 like matching up days. So it's only like day 2. I think they still have a lot of times trying to do more wild play. You know?
Well played, and they have to learn more and practice more. They lose a battle from yesterday, so they have to learn how to play very aggressive in the early game. And when you in a huge goal lead, you can end this game as quick as possible, just like the KPL team.
Because they changed it a lot comparing to the matchup, the gaming styles they use in the Wild Day qualifiers.
Yep.
I think they gradually changed into the mode where they want to look for the safetiness in the matchups. They don't want to make any risky moves. They are waiting for the right moment, the perfect time, trying to gain these victories. So I think, it's totally understandable because you know every single matchups, every single like point is so precious. You don't have like do overtime again. So they have to make sure they are 100% ready for the battle.
Yeah, and that's pretty reasonable because they lose that battle yesterday, especially 0-2 lose this point. They cannot get any single point of that. But at least today, they have 1 point, but they can gain more maybe 3 points in the next game. But the Red Canids, I have no idea they will show up the different style to play or not.
I think Danny, as a jungler, are kind of feeling nervous because the solo kill on the top lane, on the top side, will be the beginning chapter for SCARZ to open up the entire match. And the MVP, I think, undoubtedly should go for Autumn.
Autumn. Every time it's Autumn.
Every time
35
Autumn.
damage and 29% gold, 10-2-3 KDA.
Good player, good player. He really knows how to play Marco Polo. This will be my analysis on his performance.
Just like the Marco Polo is the initial choice of this team.
Yep. And this is like perfect combo chains from SCARZ, making use of the Jin's ultimate, trying to absorb every single enemy together and trying to give Autumn a clear aim. That's good.
Yeah, and this is the gaming style teamwork that Red Canid have to learn.
Oh, I feel really happy for Jerry.
Yeah.
I could finally see some aggression from his moves. And a lot of communications are being done by SCARZ.
Yeah. Jerry can defeat, just have 2 solo kill on the top side. 1 solo kill.
One nearly close one.
One nearly close one. But actually, he dominates the jungle lane.
Oh, that's enough, yeah. You just have to make sure that your opponent jungler does not have enough and healthy enough HP bar, so he have to retreat back. And that will be your time to invade into their jungle, taking aside of their things. Good ones. Even though this lane lasted over 20 minutes, but I think from the side of SCARZ, they're gradually building up this confidence. This is exactly what kind of matchup they need to prove them and to prove to themselves that they are strong enough to gain like points back to their sides. And now, because we're playing a BO2, 1-1 will be like maintain you have minimum 1 scores in your pocket, and that's a good thing.
Yep.
Good news.
So for the SCARZ, that will at least 1 point on their side. But for the Red Canids, they have to rise up their spirit and focus on the next game. Maybe they can play more aggressive in the early game because the drop they pick on the last game is so late game, very late game drops.
To see the 2 side laners being Lu Bu and Consu at the same time will be the moment I start worrying for Red Canids.
Yeah.
And another thing is I was kind of confusing, but kind of curious what kind of other characters and heroes they can try to pull off. I was wondering if they have a hero pull deep enough to cover the second one.
If the hero pool can deep enough.
Yeah. Okay, let's see some highlights from the previous matchup. A lot of seats exchange here, and we're seeing this will be a complete stage for Marco Polo.
Marco Polo and Jing as well.
Yeah.
And Jerry also do a lot of burst damage in the mid game.
You know, the CC change from Nia together with Sa, I think it's good. Every single time you see the Zhang Fei pull up the ultimate and Lu Bu will use up in trying to join him. That's a good sign. But before you did this kind of action, just trying to have some vision about where your backliners are standing at right now.
Information collection is so important for them because you don't know where your enemy is, where the position and the location is good for them or not. You cannot just jump inside with your ultimate with a single round ultimate and with our long CD skills on that.
Just to make sure when you're trying to initiate a team fight, the damage can be followed up. That's one true and very important key point for winning in team fight to your teams. So the second match will be started in minutes. We will take a little short break here. Okay, maybe another time we will start and trying to have something more because the next one will be facing a global BP. So as we have been talking about earlier, I was kind of afraid that Red Canids might fear and might face some difficulties in trying to picking up another hero, another composition.
Yeah.
That's
so maybe they will use the Chao Yun as well as YaLLa yesterday. I have no idea because they can adapt to Lan, but it's hard for them to adapt with Jing, this kind of hero, because you have to take a lot of time to practice. So I think Jing is not a good option for them.
This might stay as a mystery, and let's wait and see. We will take a short break here. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So since we're playing a BO2 double robin format, so definitely we're gonna jump directly into the second match between like these two opponents.
Canids versus SCARZ.
And finally, we're gonna see the second composition that Canids have been prepared for us.
Canids, they really love to play in the team fight, but they have to play more aggressive at least in the late game, because the last game, the drop of the last game, I think it's very effective in the late games, especially the CC chain. They put out Zhang Fei's ultimate, Lu Bu's ultimate, and Lam's ultimate can combine together, but they just play like solo playing. Each one, they're doing their job to farm it up or something. The teamwork is not available on this team by far.
Again, by the highlight clips we just saw, you just have an idea that they should communicate closely, let the front line know where the positions like the backliners are. You have to make sure the damage, once you got this whole CC chains up there, your damage can be followed up. Try to make sure that your marksmen or your mages stay in the right positions will be one true point for Red Canids trying to pull up a successful team fight. And now the second match begin. The blue side will be Red Canids and the red side will be SCARZ.
Look at the BP phase. The Lu Bu will be the first band, and the Zhang Fei, it's another band which they used in the last game.
I mean, did Da Chao go all the times go on to the red side ban places at the very first pick?
Yep.
Almost 90%, huh? Almost 90%.
be confident, 95%.
And the first one, Li Shen'ao will be Luban as a like combo. I think that's good.
Maybe that will be Luban Master combined with Luban number 7 showed up into Red Canids draft. I have no idea because during the final in the Brazil area, they haven't showed this kind of position. They actually learned a lot from this game.
Of course, they have been wrestling for over a month now after they become the champion, the Brazil qualifiers. They have a lot of time to watch KPL matches, to trying to learn a lot of combo, trying to learn the most impressive ones. So Luban and Luban number 7 will be the answer from Red Canids, but you know, this duel really requires them to play so professionally because you have to exercise for a very long time. Trying to gain yourself like the whole understanding of how to actually work this pair.
Yeah, especially the positioning of the Luban number 7 and the timing you issued the Luban Master's second ability.
That's so interesting because normally we will assume that the marksman will be standing in the back of the whole formation when you're doing team fights, but it's like the contrary. It's a completely opposite one. When you have like Luban and Luban number 7 in the team fights, Luban number 7, this very vulnerable marksman will be the one who's standing up from the most, and using the chain to go back.
So the most scary thing is I saw a lot of teams which they are not an expert in this kind of combination, and the Luban Master will cannot help himself to initiate the opponent. So the Luban number 7 will stay alone in the back line.
You have to change quickly about your understanding goes into support. So that really requires like thought and fusion to play as a team, to stay in the same channel, to synthesize with one another. So the BP runs quite fast. My Shanui and Atta being taken away, and on the other side, SCARZ choose to put Xiao and Gudo on the bands.
Yep, and Lam Donghuang Taiyi Lempo will be the pick of the SCARZ, and then the last pick, there are still lack of mid-laners. Maybe that would be a Zhao Jun?
I think Red Canids are definitely watching like the first round and the second round of the KPL region qualifiers, because this composition is exactly the same that Hero pulled off.
Hero, they really did some homework or
exactly the same, like 5 heroes.
The best thing for them to do best right now is to copy some homework. But the detail is you will take a lot of time to discover the detail, but at least this kind of job you have to copy, and you will find out how aggressive of this team.
So after you have the same like compositions from KPL teams, how well you can try to understand the whole mechanisms, how well you can try to execute this kind of composition in the game will be the one to like look forward to. It's very interesting how Red Canids is trying to pull up this kind of composition, but on the other side, let's see SCARZ composition. Good initiations, right? Using Donghuang Taiyi together with Lian Po.
And then the burst damage from Lady Sun. Everything is settled down by this kind of composition, and I think Zhao Jun is a really good one to counter, just like Guang Yu combined with Kai, this kind of hero warrior, I said we said.
Played Guang Yu character. They have go through it a lot. You know, this kind of character is not very easy to master, so they really have to pay a lot of hard work there. Oh, I really wonder what kind of like team fights we're gonna see.
Well, we have no idea. Nia will he spent how much time on practicing with Guang Yu, this kind of hero, so we'll find out in the game.
But this game for Niab is quite challenging because a lot of CC chains are over there. By CO2, we can see like this Donghuang Taiyi and Yami, the Lian Po, will be causing you a lot of like questions and problems during the team fights. A lot of minor controls were being provided by this kind of heroes, so hopefully like Niab can find himself a good journey using this hero. This is one of my favorite heroes, Guan Yu. Okay, here we go. Dive into this match.
And this is your favorite hero?
I have a lot of favorites.
Are you expert in this hero?
No, definitely no. It's very hard. It's very hard. It's challenging to master.
It's really hard, and you will need a lot of patience about playing with this kind of hero because your left thumb will continue to spin.
Yeah, Guang Yu is like only like hero. You use your left thumb to trying to control the directions you're going, but the rest you may be using your right thumb. That's completely different. Okay, the bottom lane duel stay together, gaining the bottom river sprite to Luban number 7.
And the mid lane, river sprite to gain by Chao and Lam.
Well, Autumn.
Look at Autumn.
1 versus 2.
Really?
Oh, well, you make it. But the YaLLa attack from the passive Luban number 7, this damage in the early game is quite huge to handle.
Yep. Autumn really plays so aggressive. 1v2, so competent.
Yeah, this is the confidence, you know, Autumn, after being awarded with the MVP. I think Autumn is definitely looking for the second MVP. Goes into his pocket.
Yeah, maybe we will in the second MVP, but it depends on the mid game and the late game.
But see, Niap has already been forced going back to the base. Only like level 4, he suffered a lot on the top lane.
Second beat is Zombie inside trying to claim his weight and
oh, cool one. Okay, 1 versus 2. How dare you come in top 1.
And look at all them flash out.
Oh, that's good.
That's pretty good. Finally, Red Canids have some movement in the late game.
Yeah, but
trying to get some advantage in the bottom side.
Of course, I think Yami can do like more accurate with the skills. You have to make sure your abilities goes onto the target. You're wasting like the whole like 3 phases of the jumps and the knock up from the ultimate to the air.
Honestly, that's all of the abilities. All of his ability hit in the air.
A good choice of the boost, you know, for Lady Sun, trying to have this boost of fortitude. Will enable Lady Sun to be tankier.
Yeah, look at ASD.
Oh, go and throws it down.
Find the first blood back over to the Autumn.
That's comparing the speed you're gonna exchange messages. So ASB has been like disappearing from the map for a long time. You have to tell Luban number 7 this kind of information so that Fusion can do some predictions. Maybe ASD is hiding in the bush.
Yep, that's another experience they gain.
Yeah, you have to let your marksman know the mage is gone.
Maybe they knew after this kind of skirmish.
Okay, okay. Lesson learned. Missed again, rotate.
Look at the top side. Jerry's been knocked back and have to issue his first ability to retreat.
Oh, slight movement. Okay, dodging the damage from Guang Yu's first ability.
Yeah. Jerry actually plays so aggressive in this game, especially today. But you can never underestimate the ability of the Guang Yu.
You can completely tell the difference once a jungler has like 2 buffs available, comparing with yesterday's performances.
Yeah.
Now this is good. This is good. Very nice, like accuracy on using the second ability together with ultimate, enable ASD to gain this kill back to their side.
You don't need to keep priority of the minion waves, especially without any information and vision about the river.
Oh, this is really dangerous, this kind of movement. Go in through the river ASD.
Pull back the Zhao Jun, but no damage can connect with, so this is problem for this player using the Luban Master. And then you died by the lamps right there and still bleeding and trying to find a lot more damage. Look at them board. Ultimate shield, we find another kill back over to the Lady Sun. And Downley is staying low, but it's so tanky, he's able to survive.
I think SCARZ really wanted, they're very determined to speed up this entire match because they're letting this Lady Sun to go to a lot of places, making a lot of rotations available. Started from the bottom lane. Once they have the kill against Luban number 7, this Lady Sun starting to shift into mid, trying to gain a wave and then joining up on the team fights happen on the top. I think Jerry did a great job there. You know, using the ultimate to bring back 2 and manage to get Luban number 7 really low. But yeah, unfortunately, I think this Luban and Luban number 7 duel is not performed that perfectly during the team fight.
Not perfectly, because you have to stay together and then to find the perfect location for the Ruban number 7.
Yeah, make
instead
good use
of
your
engage
chain.
by yourself.
So Ruban will be stayed in the safe positions, so that when number 7 is retreat back, he can safely like go behind the towers. But like the previous 2 matchups and the team fights, I think they're staying constantly in a very dangerous positions. That's why the fusion is so easy to target in.
Yeah. But that also a challenge for the Red Canids right now, because SCARZ actually they play so aggressive. They can learn a lot from this kind of aggressive play.
I think SCARZ is gradually building up the goal lead, and now they have to make sure, Jerry farmed up alone, while Lady Sun can have more like gold leaning to the marksman. He needs the damage from Lady Sun from Autumn.
I think the process of the itemization between the Lady Sun and Lam actually so well by far, because Jerry is good at farming as well as the Autumn. So this is the biggest point for the Red Canids right now. These 2 cores may destroy the team fight in the mid game.
Starting to see the invasion here. Lam is stealing those red away from Danny. Wow, Danny is facing a lot of stress lately.
When they destroy the top side turret, they make a rotation to the mid and share the gold. So this is the simple strategy. We're looking for, but they're looking for the next plan is to trying to find some damage on the bottom
It's really
side.
interesting. They're using the Fur 1 formation, but they're using Kai as a 1 and Guang Yu joining the front line as a group.
Guang Yu, Niab actually playing the tank.
Open up the vision. This is a complete different like gaming understanding right now. So in KPL matches, we usually like expect to see that Guang Yu goes into the top lane as the side, only one side managing the wave constantly because he has a very quick rotation speed compared with Kai. Okay, and right now they're switching in different positions and let Niab goes in the top. This is what normally sees.
And that's a good brother.
Yeah.
You gain 1, I gain 1.
Well, it's so interesting to see. Oh, again, Zhao Jun constantly standing in the mid lane, trying to make sure every single wave got cleaned out.
As the just said, the outer turret of the mid lane.
This is my job, huh?
It's my job. No, it's undefeated.
Yeah, it's my duty. I live with the tower.
Look at ASC issues ultimate and Lam jump to the back line, and the Zhao Jun's auto attack will grant himself the kill.
Yeah, this is one risky position. So you have no idea where enemies are standing, but you choose to go directly forward to the towers.
Yeah, this is second time without any information and vision, and went too deep, too far away.
You have to make sure that letting, like, for example, Guang Yu and Kai gaining your vision to your team, so these 2 duels can safely take down the towers.
But another solo kill just happened in the bottom side, and then the mid lane. Danny combined with Niab, find another kill for them. But for second coin just been connected, but not enough damage can come inside. KIC's ultimate invincible warrior block a lot of damage, but look at the time. The time is ticking. The clock is ticking. All right. Look at Lamport issues ultimate and flash trying to get out away.
I think Autumn did his best moves because he rotated so quickly. He was trying to decide, facing a dilemma here because he wants to get this red. But the front line, the team fight started. So Autumn, with like 0.5 seconds of hesitation, choose to go up front, trying to join the team fight and deal as much damage as possible. And right now it's very low in mana. So after taking this red, he have to go back to the base again. Lam in a good place, Jerry. And Jerry played really well today. We can finally see if this jungler got enough gold, got enough like items, how like powerful he can be as a threat towards the backliners of their enemies.
Especially the last game.
Finally, very good. I feel so happy for Jerry.
And Jerry has been level 15 right now. If you would like to join the team fight, look at the position in this way. And Lianpo jump inside, trying to find his line onto the back line, and then the line, find the back line, find the Luban number 7.
Oh, another
the
kill.
Luban number 7.
Good one.
But the lady's turn, it's down as well as the Luban number 7. So that's a 3-2 trade.
The favorite, the side of SCARZ, missed. Have enough ability but choose to go back. I think if he used the flash available, he might have the chance to get kill against ASD. But unfortunately, the vision is being lighted up, so missed. It's being hit again, being killed, getting a kill over to Jerry. I think the team fights, SCARZ played really, really well, and you can see the replay here. So ASD trying to follow up and using the ultimate, completely blocking away this knee up. Not a very good choice to pull up the ultimate from Guang Yu.
Yeah.
Because he has no targets there. But actually, Autumn is being brought very low. But Yami retreat back so quickly, trying to protect the backlines. Nice moves. And right now, back to life.
Really nice move.
Jerry.
Look at that. Bring back 2, and the Forsaken Contrary guarantee the kill. And then the Guan Yu Isu's ultimate trying to get inside, but Zhao Jun's ultimate always can separate the battlefield and stop the Guan Yu coming inside.
Pressure from Jerry is really immersive. I like this kind of gaming style, but usually you don't see with the help of Dong Huang, with the help of Yami and Lianpo, you don't have to go in solo. You have to go in first hand, dive into the backlines. But here we go, Jerry did it, and he did good.
Yeah.
614 in KDA.
And then 12K. The one factor is super rich.
Super rich.
The gold can support him to do this kind of movement.
Wow.
So this is an important factor. Why Jerry can play so aggressive in this game.
12,000, more than 12,000 gold. He's the only hero who have 5 digits when it comes to personal gold.
Yeah.
Wow.
Second contract just connect the Shimozi over the wall and then pull back the Wang Taiye. Luban number 7 will have that kill, but that kill back over to Kai.
Jerry is ready to the bite. Started hunting right now.
They have to retreat. Look at ultimate and bring back the Guan Yu, and then another damage will follow up.
Again,
and look at the damage followed up by the Lady Search right there. Autumn will be another boss in this game.
Yes, and back to the mid, trying to join together with the Vanguards. I think they're looking forward to see the ending phase of this game because there's still 20 seconds more for Red Canids to the other members to be arrived from the base again.
Another bring back. The Kai will jump inside to take some damage, but it's not enough to suffer this kind of burst damage. And Shimongxi it's available to get out, but
Oh, the Sage and Sentries are being revived. That's a bad news. Because Jerry deliberately buys this item trying to get closer to the backlines, but unfortunately maybe it's forced out with missed kitty bombs.
maybe.
Vanguard's there too. There goes down the second bottom in the bottom.
The secondary turret.
Using the ultimate, but the only target will be Dong Huang Taiyi. That's sad news.
Yeah. This Guan Yu is hard to get inside because the outer turret of the midland is still remain. So yeah, you have to find some place to flank to the back line, but it's no position is good enough for him to flank.
We can see the players felt quite frustrated after the team fight, but because basically this Luban number 7, there's no time for him trying to do the damage.
Yeah.
Every single assassins, every single heroes from the other side is getting closer so soon. There's no responding time for this hero trying to do the damage.
No time, no room.
No time, no room.
And no room for him to do a lot of damage. And look at the Kai for second contract being connected.
Oh, Guan Yu.
And look at Guan Yu jumping through the back line, but it's not available. Kai trying to find some damage on the back line. Everyone stay low. And look at Fun Monster has been taken very low, but is able for him to get back to the fountain, and then Danny comes up trying to find a kill onto the Dong Huang Taiyi. Dong Huang Taiyi has been taken very low as well as Lianpo, but is still alive. But this course will be his life or not. He's still alive. Knee up. He survives successfully.
Nice try from Red Canids that they actually does not give up, trying to slow down their enemies and manage to do this. They gain back one more kill, getting Lianpo's life there.
With one man down, SCARZ have to retreat back. This will be giving Red Canids more time. Trying to clean the wave. The wave is very important. Make sure that you have your total management over the waves, especially when it comes to bottom lane, because the Overlord is about to spawn. Well, time is really ticking. A lot of things are happening. All the bad news to side of Red Canids.
What about news?
Wow, another good positioning. Ambition here, Jerry. Good ones.
He's trying to find the back line.
And ASD is trying to attract the attention, trying to like cheat the Red Canid to go any further. Once the angle is fixed, knee up.
I think the eye of the horse.
It's not light up, The angle is not correct. You have to face directly to your enemy so that the passive from Guang Yu, the fourth eye, will be lighted up.
I think Niao is trying to clean the wave from the bottom side. And look at this skirmish. Can retreat by the Luban Master.
Very safe, secure on the Overlord. Autumn clean the wave. I think the latest one is fully decked out. It's enough. The damage is very hard to absorb right now. Daybreaker is ready. Oh god. This will be taking Lady Sun's damage to a completely new level.
Yeah, it's gonna be a disaster for the Red Canids right now, especially the backline. You cannot take one shot, a single one shot will kill you.
Okay.
Maybe Kai can take some damage by using his ultimate.
Guang Yu trying to find a good angle here.
Yeah, this is a good angle. Can he just come inside, but he's spotted by Lam. The issue is ultimate and friends and sprint and run away. So every single ability was being forced out.
A nice try, but it's been spotted. Very unfortunate news. And the Overlord, Vanguards are in the bottom and the top managed to give SCARZ one more tower down.
Yeah, look at Kai jump inside trying to find a kill onto the Lady Sun, but it's not enough. This is a tank Kai and Guang Yu without any ability, without ultimate and without sprint jump inside, it's hard to find enough damage. Look at the land with Resurrection trigger and Destiny can save his life. And Lady Sun with a very high damage can kill the Luban number 7. But still 3 remaining guy can clean the wave.
And the purpose from Red Canids are completely different. The remaining 4 trying to clean the wave as soon as possible, but Niab went for the dive. He went directly to the backline trying to initiate the fight. That's one not a very good move, but on the other side, like Jerry goes too far, went too deep, going for the kills, but only one cannot manage to do this. Huang has already used ultimate with no threats towards Red Canids, and that's the reason why like SCARZ have been tried a lot of methods, a lot of ways, so many endeavors trying to finish the game, but unfortunately it does not happen. But they have gained themselves like 2 high ground towers.
Yep.
It's a huge advantages.
And they already destroyed all the turrets of the Red Canids right now. So Red Canids have to stuck in the fountain.
And I think one more dragon is all like SCARZ needed to finish the game. You need extra damage to your backlines when trying to initiate the team fights. And one good thing about SCARZ is like the super soldiers will definitely be helping them a lot.
3 lands, super soldiers, just like 3 points attack.
You couldn't imagine like how many advantages like Super Soldier will be giving you.
Especially after 20 minutes.
And for Niab and Danny, this like Kai and Guang Yu takes a lot of times with this kind of items. They built mostly tanky items, so they will need a lot of time to trying to clean these waves. Again, Guang Yu rotates for a very good position, but Jerry is ready. Jerry is constantly ready for the Guang Yu to dive in. Good luck down there.
And Guang Yu has been spawned by the lamps right there. It's kind of a solo, but look at the front line. Danny, it's hard to take this kind of damage, and Danny's been taken very low and taken down by the lamppost right there. Luban Master trying to engage, but where's the Luban number 7? You have to find the Luban number 7 right now as SCARZ defeats this crystal. They can gain themselves another point. No, that's an extra 2 points.
Extra 2 points, like 3 points already. Like SCARZ is really running closely because it's only like second day. Congratulations to the side of SCARZ. I think after being destroyed by AG, they are feeling good right now. We are like together watching completely different gaming modes from Jerry. I really want to point this out. Like, Jerry has been underthrown a lot yesterday. As a jungler, it's very difficult for you to have your game started with no buff available for you. But today, we're seeing Jerry constantly going directly as a first-hand initiation to the side of SCARZ. I really admire this. And for Red Canids, I think it's okay. So you see, they're smiling all together. They're enjoying this matchups. That's one good thing.
This is the first match they showed up on this stage, and I think they really learned a lot of things from SCARZ. Yeah, because SCARZ also learned a lot of things from Chengdu AG. So this is a process you have to go through.
Oh, it's like a chain, you know.
Like a chain on that, because you are the new generation on this stage. Okay, you have to learn something.
But a lot of respect should be paid to Red Canids, because we have watched, it's very clear they're watching a lot of matches, trying to keep up with the pace of KPL teams.
Yes.
They are copying the exact same composition, trying to do a lot of more work. More preparation for the team. So a lot of respect and a lot of best wishes for you. You are gonna be there. You just, still need a lot of time to do your homework, and that's it.
Yeah, even though they still need a lot of time, but shout out to the Red Canids. Really respectful for them.
Thank you so much for watching every single of the team fights and try your best in the matchups.
They play a lot of attention and spend a lot of time to do the research of the KPL teams to discover what kind of detail can adapt to this kind of composition. But I think they really learned something about the Luban Master combined with the Luban number 7, but it's not enough.
Not enough.
Yeah, it's very tiny of that. So the next plan is how to keep Luban number 7 as a main core and make sure this core can do damage as much as he can.
Of course, yeah. So the last few team fights, we're seeing 5 members are doing different things in one moment. So the last one, Luban number 7 standing in the mid together with the mage and trying to clean the way because the super soldiers are waving and marching in. But on the other side, we're seeing Luban Master trying to initiate the team fights. So the whole rhythm got completely mixed up. And I think deeper communication it is. They have to be providing constant with one another. So just say that, communication is really important. Give every single messages to your teammates.
And look at the MVP of the SCARZ. Jerry will earn this key. Okay, 22 damage, and Jerry, he played really aggressive today.
I was so happy for Jerry, yeah. I wanted to clap my hand for Jerry because yesterday it's cruel to see. It's really cruel to see. As a jungler, you're supposed to have jungles and buffs in your side.
And today, he did it.
And he did it. And Jerry, I think, not to mention how much damage he actually had against the enemies, but when it comes to the initiation, when it comes to the team fights, Jerry did a great job there. And he also played a good role trying to spot Guang Yu every single time.
Yeah, every time he can spot Guang Yu, and then when he like to jump into the back line, he always can destroy the Luban number 7.
Good ones, clear aiming, and get the kills to the team.
He was not the guy rushed into the back line in the first time. He will wait and see, wait for the right moment, wait for the dash. It's not available for the Luban number 7. He will jump inside and find the kill.
His purpose
for him
is very determined. He knows exactly what this composition needs. Jerry needs Lam to do. Almost 20,000 gold at the very end.
20,000 gold, and that's the strategy or that's the technique that the Red Canids have to learn. You have to know about the right timing and the right position and collect some information for the team, and then make your decision on the team fight.
Wow, the team data, let's see how much that damage are contributed by mist. Over 30%.
I remember last time he used Zhao Jun as 37%. Now it's the Shenmeng Xi, 40%.
And
that's a middle core.
Yes. And after this match, let's see some changes happened in Group C. So AG together with SCARZ win themselves a win. So the counts of the top 2 in Group C. But one more thing, let's pay attention. For Shen DRGGK,
have still not played a single one match yet.
Yep.
Foshan DDR will be having the match in tomorrow's.
Tomorrow, Forlan DRGGK will be activated. So the Red Canids, Red Canids and SCARZ, they have to be careful because Forlan DRGGK, it's the hard bone.
One of the best teams from KBL.
Hard bone. You're hard to bite.
Definitely a nightmare to be against with. Okay, we are ready for interview, and let's see who is with us. Hello, Jerry， 跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是杰瑞。
So after yesterday's failure, what did you conclude in your review parts, and what kind of adjustment and changes did you guys do as a team? 在昨天比赛失利之后呢，你们总结了哪一些的问题，或者说整体团队做了哪些的改变呢？
对前期野区的保护加强了一点吧。
All right, so we are trying to protect our jungle in the early phase and trying to make sure that we can have enough resources to our own, especially in the early game. 那对接下来的比赛，你们做了哪些的准备呢？
跟今天一样吧，差不多。
All right,
继续努力吧。
What's your next move and next preparation for the future matchups? We pretty much prepared the same, and hopefully we can stay close with one another and trying to do better job in the future matchups. Okay, thank you. 谢谢 Jerry 接受我们采访，谢谢。
Yep, they definitely prepare something, but it's hard to tell us.
But it's obvious, changing of your top laners, and you actually have a little bit more change in the early jungle arrangements.
Yeah, that's always a point that they have exchanged of that.
All right, so much for the match one of the day. The second one will be taking place between Shanghai EDG.M and YaLLa. This will be a match from Group B, and let's take a short break.
All right, welcome back. We will together watch the second match of the day. This is very interesting. YaLLa versus Shanghai EDG.M.
Yep. So YaLLa actually they showed up yesterday and they not in a good state, I think.
Yeah, it hurts. It really hurts me to watch their games because they have been kept losing from the very second of the match. So for today, I think that more compositions and deeper understanding of the heroes and how to work the whole strategies out will be one thing to be looked up to.
That's the one thing they have to reset yesterday night, right?
Yeah.
They have to reset the mentality and they have to replay what they played yesterday. And definitely this is another huge pressure from the KPL team, EDG.M, right?
Huge one.
Another huge one, so it's hard for them.
I mean, yesterday they're going against Impunity.
Yeah.
So Impunity will be the teams coming out from the wildcard qualifiers. But these are completely two qualifiers. The teams that make it out from KPL regions are definitely be considered better ones. So this opponent will be a much more difficult task to handle. And good wishes, bad wishes for YaLLa, trying to enjoy every single game, and every single second will be your precious experiences trying to learn stuff.
Yeah. Maybe they can pick some aggressive hero.
Yeah.
And some hero they really expert in. I think it's also okay because expert and comfortable. It's more than competition right now because they don't know the system of this kind of meta pick.
Yep.
You know, they don't know this kind of system. They don't know this kind of details in this composition. So they would actually recommend they pick some comfortable hero.
I think the character they play the most might be Lam in the jungler. Lukio touch Bana, definitely. And for the front lines, maybe Zhang Fei or Lu Bu will be considered. But it also depends on whether EDG.M choose to give this kind of heroes to their opponents.
Yeah.
Let's see what kind of heroes that EDG.M choose to take away.
Okay.
Dash obviously.
Mountain spin ban away.
Oh, that's YaLLa, the coach from Weibo, because Weibo will be playing at the third match today, the next one, against Bacon Time. Also a good one.
So good one, the Guang Yu spin ban away.
Oh, two warriors.
The Warriors.
YaLLa had did their homework, huh?
They had a lot of homework because EDG.M they showed up a lot of times in during the KPL region qualifying. So a lot of homework you have to do.
Ningzhi will always be the light that shines through the darkness. Be the only one slice of the hope when EDG.M is facing completely. Difficulties, I would say.
Yeah, that's the slogan of the KIC, high five for the highlight.
Yes.
Right, Ningzhi definitely the highlight.
Of course. Okay. Oh, Mai
yeah.
Shinanui.
Mai Shinanui and Luban Master.
Oh man, it's very famous for playing those assassins. Mai Shinanui, Mai and Shangguan will be two of the best favorites characters from this player.
May actually can play a lot of heroes and a lot of roles, but I think the middle lane is one of his favorites.
Of course.
And then Miyamoto Musashi combined with Lu Bu.
Oh, this is a quite surprising pick. Because Miyamoto Musashi has not been taken out yesterday, YaLLa.
So that's another hero pulled by Ray. I think that's a good sign.
More information is that we're playing in inner group competitions in the group stage. So the teams have been divided into A, B, C, D, individually 4 groups. They will be only facing one another in this short time of area. So you only have to make sure that you know exactly what the rest 3 teams are going to pick out. And I think doing the research and homework of in total 3 teams, that's okay to handle, huh?
It's okay to handle. If you fail once, you can have the second chance to face the same opponents again.
Make a little adjustments on your maybe strategies or gaming styles.
Yeah, that's what we call the double round robin format.
I like this duo. We introduced this duo yesterday at the very first game, opening up part in our casting. TianYun Jacko together with Luban.
It's pretty effective, same as Luban number 7. And TianYun Jacko is one of the hero can do the laning push or the turret pushing so fast.
The laning period, like TianYun can be very aggressive. Whoever the marksman who doing the solo matchups, I think it's gonna be a very difficult task. And as usual, the frontliners will be Lu Bu and Zhang Fei.
Zhang Fei and Lu Bu. I think the teams from other regions really like this duel. Zhang Fei come up with Lu Bu. Really effective in the team fight, but really take some time to farm it up, especially the Lu Bu. And they combine with Lady Shen in this conversation, so this kind of match will, this kind of competition will start up the pace in like 10 minutes or 12 minutes. I have no idea, but EDG.M, wow. 狄仁杰, Mai Shinrui and Lam and Chao, do you have enough time to farm up? So this is a question for them.
I mean, mobility and flexibility are completely two advantages when we're taking a look at the EDG.M's compositions. So they're gonna do something in the very early game. They're gonna make a lot of actions, a lot of movements that will be stopping your whole process for you to trying to let your like late game core to farm up. You'll definitely be challenged during the phase. And only Zhang Fei and Lu Bu, I think these two frontliners cannot stop EDG.M from doing this.
They have to gather. Together.
It's really hard for YaLLa trying to make sure that these two cores, like Lady Sun together with Miyamoto Musashi, can have enough items.
So the jungle core, so the jungle land is the quite important things. I just afraid that the Ray cannot get any buff today.
Yeah.
Maybe one buff or two buff, but the second round of the red or blue EDG.M will invade the jungle land.
I think if EDG.M really want to like have total control of the map, they can start to find some opportunity gaining the information of the spawning time of the buffs and trying to decide whoever they send into the invasion for the second round of the buff spawning times. Okay, here we go, the first battle between these two teams. And all the team members, all the clubs, managers are staying down below trying to give encouragements to these two teams. Hopefully they can do a better job. This will be the very first match for EDG.M to start up their journey in 2022 KIC group stage.
Group stage? That will be a brand new EDG.M or not?
Yeah, EDG.M really did a great job in the second round of KPL regions.
Yep.
Recovered a lot. Oh, Ming got very low.
Oh, it's been flashed out. So aggressive. YaLLa actually makes some change in the mid lane. Play so aggressive in the early game.
Because Yemo, the support, chose to directly go to the bottom lane. So that means that Ming will be facing 1 versus 2 in the mid. Definitely you're gonna lose in the first wave priority there.
So that's a point you cannot underestimate every player, especially the opponent.
Gaining the river sprite to their side. Good beginning.
So far they're doing the right job.
Yuan has already reached level 4 yet with a single smite and taken this river sprite, enable Yuan to have the ultimate. And YaLLa is fully ready. I love this kind of rotations. They know exactly what EDG.M is trying to do. EDG.M is trying to have the vision and taken control of the blue so that YaLLa make the rotation so quickly. They have like 4 members available.
Yeah, because EDG.M, they actually trust Raw. This player can have advantage in the bottom side. And look at Lu Bu, the flash being forced out, and right now it's been stayed low, but the heal will save him. But Miyamoto Musashi, it's a cause of this team. First blood will goes to the Lamb, and then you find another kill for himself.
Wow, this might be the starting point for EDG.M. Even though the YaLLa managed to send somebody up to trying to protect Abdul, trying to make sure that Lu Bu can get to level 4. But unfortunately, they're being distracted by the middle waves. And EDG.M choose to let go the mid wave and trying to engage in the team fights, manage to take 2 kills to Yuan. You don't want to give so many kills and so many gold to Lam.
Yeah, this is a different mindset between.
Oh, wow, another kill happened in the mid.
Zhang Fei stamp, so this is a quite big problem for YaLLa once again. They maybe do well in like 1 minute or 2 minutes, and after 2 minutes, everything changed.
I think you were together witness the process of Yuan evolving into a monster.
in a very short amount of time. Maybe 5 more minutes is only thing Yuan needed to be a monster standing.
Again, Lu Bu combined with Zhang Fei's ultimate actually do a lot of CC into the group, but it's not enough for any kill. Look at Lam destroy the backline with Ming and double kill back over to Ming right now, and they can gain themselves another extra blue point.
I mean, good counter fight in the side of EDG.M because initially they got like fully CC'd up. The two ultimate combining together actually have a lot of like CC chains onto the backlines from EDG.M, but a good use of Lu Ban's ultimate managed to turn the tide around.
Yeah.
EDG.M keep a very good safe like standing point of the backlines to make sure that they have enough damage to do the later like engagements. Here we go. We can see the ultimate from Lu Bu actually missed some targets here. That means that the whole group will be switched and concentrated in the very same spot. That's the exact same moment where Lu Ban uses ultimate trying to slow down the enemies.
Yeah.
I think the coach is very satisfied with the teammates' performances right now.
So happy for that because
6-0 kills.
the YaLLa really performed so well in the last team fight.
Yep.
But actually, YaLLa, they did a great job in this, in that initiation, but lack of some damage.
I think comparing with yesterday's performances, they make a huge like improvements.
More decisively, I think. But still lack of Lady Shen's damage. So if they really want to defend this blue buff, they have to make a call. The Lady Shen continue to find up or to join the team fight.
And the bottom lane, way too outnumbers 4 versus 2.
And look at Lady Shen being pulled back by the Lu Ban Master, and once again, and Ming's been taken very low, as well as the Lu Ban Master. Lu Ban Master will die, but Chen Mengxi will survive.
Good one, being stunned, Ling Er right there, even used the flash trying to get closer to it, but unfortunately it's been spawned. The CC saves Domus live.
They will have some luck for that.
The Rock, quick rotation to the mid. I think for this game, this one Rock did nothing but doing the damage to the towers. Constantly taking down towers.
It's just
one
a
tower,
tour.
2 towers down.
Land pushing tour
Yes.
for this team.
And right now, the mid one, top one, and bottom one, the tier 1 turret all goes down to the side of EDG.M, looking completely good. Started to take full control of the map. All the common objectives, the 2 dragons might belong to EDG.M from this moment.
And now it's hard moment for the YaLLa. Without any damage from this from the carries, so how can they do some CC change and follow some damage inside?
But it's a good scene, you know. They're arranged like Zhang Fei to stay in very safe places, trying to make sure that there's nobody standing in the bush, and make sure Lady Sun will be safe enough.
Yep.
Opening up vision. Vision control is very important when you're playing in HOK Honor of Kings. Bottom lane. Wow.
Land. And then the top lane, they have no ability to stop this. And look at Zhang Fei just jump inside, trying to engage. But where's the damage? The damage can follow up or not. Zhang Fei is in danger, as well as the Miyamoto Musashi. And then Rock stay in invincible position.
Oh, here we go.
Taken very low.
Yuan is
Jump
here.
inside and then use the ultimate or not. Without he keep the ultimate available and hold the trigger. He can gank himself the triple kill.
So like 2 team fights are happening at the same time from like both side lanes. So Maishita Nuis actually did something together with Yuan on the bottom, while the other 3 with Rock surrounding by the marksman. The only marksman stay in EDG.M's composition, trying to buy themselves more times in order for those 2 assassins to come back to the front and join the team fights again. YaLLa, it's too hard.
YaLLa is struggling right now.
Yeah, they don't have enough actual experiences when it comes to real fights. So if you're facing the enemy who will have a lot of rhythm happening on the different positions, different spots on the map, you're completely gotta lose your sense of direction. You don't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. Indeed, this is a good conversation for YaLLa, but as I analyze people, they don't have any detail in this conversation, and they don't know how to play with this conversation. They may pick some familiar hero.
It's just that
more fit to them.
The information within 1 second is too much to digest.
Yeah.
So that YaLLa have completely losing like the direction. They don't know what to do because a lot of things are happening within 1 second.
Just like a Mongolia, eyes riding on the back of the tiger blind.
Yeah, this is so hard. So EDG.M is playing this game so well. The pressure is so
Ooh,
too
Flash with the
overwhelming.
first ability, that will be a kill or not. Flash can save him alive.
Using the second ability of Zhang Fei, offering the shield to protect Doma, but the Flash has been forced out, and right now goes down the tier 2 turret in the mid. It'll be a matter of time. Like several auto attack from TianYun Jacko will try to make sure they have the tier 2 turret in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, Rock is so comfortable with no threat to the backlines.
So confident because he's been level 13, and then with a huge goal lead, he can do a lot of things. He's just like a sideline player. Split push.
Wow, 7.1 thousand K against 4.6.
Yeah, it's hard for them to defend this Cyclone Turret, and the Ming is being rampage right now. Another solo kill, 1v2, take down the Doma.
Oh,
and then the bottom side, another skirmish will happen. And look at the crystal. And the rock trying to do a lot of damage into the crystal. And then Lu Bu ultimate jump inside, but not enough damage can follow up. And all of them stuck in the fountain. And Red Canids is in a dangerous place. And the EDG.M, they can destroy the middle and high ground turret. And another dash forward can destroy the Lady Sun. With the Vanguard will jump into the crystal, they can destroy the crystal within seconds. And that's congratulations to EDG.M, we get another point.
9 minutes and 46 seconds. It's the time for EDG.M need to spend to take down to the base and got themselves the very first victory in the group stage.
I think the main task for the YaLLa's group is to hold on 10 minutes.
Yeah, the truth stays there. So you are facing huge gaps when it comes to performances, when it comes to the competitivity. But I think it's okay because the truth also stands. Like EDG.M, they have been in KPL for over 4 years now.
Over 4 years.
A lot of times, a lot of battles, a lot of victory and failure at the same time has been experienced by EDG.M. So they're definitely going like a lot more forward than you are, but it's okay because once you're fixed, once you're determined, you just have to spend more time to practice, trying to make sure that you got fully understanding the whole like rhythm, whole the mastery, whole the strategies going on.
Yeah, I think it's really okay for them too because as you said before, the EDG.M stayed in the KPL for over 4 years.
Yeah, 4 years.
Yeah, but YaLLa, they only play this game for a few months.
Very limited time.
Yeah, very limited time. So I just respect for their courage.
Of course. You are expected to show some differences when it comes to any other any elements when we're comparing the two teams, but it's okay because we are seeing a lot of improvements comparing with yesterday's matchups. So yesterday I was also casting for their like match, and I think they are growing as a team so that they will like trying to get those messages delivered to their teammates. Yep. They're giving up those tier 1 turrets in the side lane so that they can constantly offer more gold to the side lane, to the Lady Sun, for example, in their composition to the main core. That's something to improve and something to embrace of.
Yep, I think a lot of things they would like to discover and learn and explore something. But I think the main purpose, I think the main factor is they have to raise. I think they have to raise up a good coach, right? A perfect coach and bring a lot of experience to this area. Maybe it's more good. So the coach will learn a lot of things.
I think from the last like 3 minutes of the game, we can see that YaLLa started to think, where should we go? Where should be our next target? What should we do when we're facing like 3 lanes all under our enemy's control? So that really relies on the time and experience that you really got during the real fights. So just relax a little bit and trying to enjoy yourself and trying to make sure that every single hero you picked, you got fully understanding with how and what will be the abilities you want to pull off during team fights.
Yep.
And EDG.M Yuan, the junglers from EDG.M, will be the MVP for this particular match.
5-0 for KDA. And every time he can clean up the battlefield so quick.
EDG.M is just throwing everything they have out, reaching for the kills.
Yeah, and set up the pace from this team fight. As the boost screen bring back and everything will change from this minute.
In this current meta, we are playing in KIC Group Stage 2022. So every minute in the early game counts. You have to make the best movements, best decisions, trying to opening up this game. So we will probably gonna see those very detailed arrangements of their side lanes, of their matching ups, of their laning period, and the fourth match of the day, because it will be like two KPL teams competing with one another. The two sides will be Nanjing Hero versus Wuhan eStarPro. Wuhan eStarPro, we have kept this name going on over and over again.
Over and over again.
Finally, this was our first time.
Mysterious boss.
Yeah, mysterious boss to like actually appear in 2022 KIC. So definitely, like, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned, and we will be looking forward to see that battle goes on.
Yep.
And the team data from both sides. Wow.
Both sides still Shimongxi will do the best damage for the team, 40%. I think Rock really feels so confident in this game, and he will just push forward and forward, never step back.
Rock is going forward and forward all the time. Yeah. There's no threat in the back. And with the good help vision offered by Ninja together with Yanmeng, this TianYun goes everywhere. The only thing he did is like doing the damage to the towers. Take down towers, 1, 2, 3, 4, and get to the base.
With or without the support, he will step forward every time.
And TianYun, we sometimes call this marksman as a soldier, because normally TianYun will trying to buy those tanky items in the late game so that he will be tanky enough to stand in the front and using the Imperial Order, which will be the ultimate from TianYun, trying to reduce your enemies like both magical and physical defense.
Yep,
and
50%.
that will be like huge upgrades of his own abilities and his own damage. And let's see the highlights from this game.
So most highlights of like EDG.M, they would like to invade the jungle lands, and YaLLa, they really did a great job in this initiation, but Luban mastered this ultimate.
Yeah.
Just get everyone together and then combine with Lan's ultimate, My Yui's ultimate, huge area CC will jump inside.
And for Syndrome, because he's so afraid to be caught by the CC chains from EDG.M's composition, so he decided to go for the Purify.
Yeah.
But if you go for the Purify, it means that you will be facing a dash missing from your common skill. So normally, as a lady student, you will be pairing yourself up with a flicker, with a flash, enabling you to have an extra dash.
If you feel confident enough, you can carry the Purify, especially when you face some kind of trap with a lot of CC. Some of the skills will deal with different situations.
Depends on what kind of opponent's composition will be. You can choose different kind of common skills to take on. Okay, so much for this one. We're looking forward to see the next matchup.
All right, here we go. The second match taking place between Shanghai EDG.M versus YaLLa Esports.
So the replays like that. A lot of players in the YaLLa esports maybe will feel sad in this time. The mentality will be destroyed by the enemy. But yeah, it happened a lot in the ranking. Yeah, by myself, I think I need some time to reset it. I think they can keep happy for that.
It's a coach's responsibility, right? Trying to lift up the whole morale for the entire team, trying to make sure that your teammates are fighting in their best conditions. Not to mention psychologically or physically. So just to make sure that they still have the confidence enough to cover up in the following matchups. Okay, here we go. Let's see who will be the red and who will be the blue. YaLLa
is the blue side.
Yeah, some advantages taken in the blue side, while EDG.M will be stayed in the red.
Yep.
Wow, like similar BPs.
Guang Yu.
And Mengtian maybe?
Mengtian? Maybe Zhang Fei?
Okay. Okay, that answers me. Because we're playing the global BP, so the character you formal placed cannot be repeatedly picked again. But you can also restrict this kind of choices when using this kind of strategy. Put your heroes that you played before on the bans.
So the Liu Bang will be the first pick. It's not a common pick for that, but it's reasonable and acceptable for the YaLLa because they really have some.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, they have their own idea, and then the Gongsun Li, Mengtian will pick by the side of the Shanghai EDG.M. How aggressive are these heroes? They still need to end this game as quick as possible.
I mean, it's a BO2. A lot of meta pick heroes are available in the hero pools, so you will not be worrying that once you show off your cards, your whole composition will be destroyed by your enemy. There's no way because it's BO2.
Yep.
A lot of options are available for both teams. So just to make sure you got the composition you want more, you feel the most confident and comfortable with. So after Ray and Doma going directly to the blue squad, Liu Bang together with the dive in, Hao plan to get closer to the backlines while use the ultimate clean the waves, buy themselves more time. Zhang Jun being picked out, I think it's okay.
Zhang Jun will buy themselves.
Seems okay to me.
Yeah,
seems okay to me.
It's really okay because they need to farm up, especially Lam, this hero.
And I really think that Zhao Jun might be a very good counter pick towards both like Gongsun Li and Mengtian. Because when I was playing Gongsun Li in my ranking, my nightmare might be the ultimate from Zhao Jun. Always made me a lot of restrictions on where I should go and on where I should be landing as my destination.
Because the areas are so huge.
Like AoE damage is a really
damage
headache in question.
Slow your speed movement, and slow your attack speed. A lot of effect from Zhao Jun's ultimate.
Yes, like good characters, like 3 abilities also. At the same time contributing a lot to the entire team. The second round of ban here.
Huang time TianYun Jacko has been banned away.
TianYun is completely understandable. You're trying to avoid like Gongsun Li doing the laning against TianYun, and TianYun's ultimate will be destroying like the whole tankiness from their front lines, which will be Mengtian.
Yep, but for the YaLLa, I think the One Master is still available.
Yep.
One Master is a good choice for them.
If they want to put this Liu Bang to the top side, they have to come up with the idea of who will be the support. But they can always shift like Liu Bang into the support position. So the only one they have to get is another like tank as a vision. Goes into top.
That's a flexible choice.
Swingy choices. I always love this kind of idea. It gives you more rooms trying to create something new. Oh no!
Concert Yu once again?
Again. Simdro. Again, using Concert Yu goes in the top, bottom. Yesterday, like Syndrome used Concert Yu in the match.
Yeah. But they lose that game. They don't have enough time to farm up. So Concert Yu actually is powerless without item.
Luban pair.
Luban pair. Once again.
will be the final choice.
Trying to learn something, trying to gain something. Wow. They actually spend some time to do some research. This kind of duel will spend more time to practice.
This Mozi just set up the whole thing to an end.
Yeah.
I couldn't even possibly think of a better solution to this. So because their opponents choose to have this pair who is gonna be standing side by side all the time. So YaLLa, without no further consideration, goes directly for this Mozi, using the second ability, doing long range poking constantly, trying to give a little minor CC chains against these two bottom pair. Oh, that's something. Good one, good one. Good counter picks.
And this is a good hero when it comes up against with Luban Mastery and number 7, this kind of duel. Because the long range CC and the damage always can make a lot of limitation and restriction to the Luban number 7.
And just imagine what kind of problems this Lord Mozi can be using the ultimate, trying to block the way that Lam trying to dive in. So the dive, it will be very hard because you're facing a lot of minor CC chains. EDG.M really pulls everything he got during this 2 games, BO2.
Yeah. But the main point for the Lam is to protect your jungle Lam, because in terms of yesterday and the last game, I think the most important thing is how can they defend the blue buff is the main task for now.
And maybe the backline from YaLLa should consider, take this question into consideration, is that whether they choose to buy a succubus cloak for the backlines, but in total 3 magical damage are coming out from their opponent's composition, both Mozi and the mid lane Zhou Yu as well. Not to mention that Gong Sun Li also deals a lot of magical damage using the passives.
Yep, that's an extra magical damage.
So here we go, the second match between EDG.M versus YaLLa. It will be EDG.M's initiatives trying to gain themselves with 3 points in their pocket.
Yep. Look at the top lane. Priority. They always keep the priority of the mid lane and the top lane. Look at Yuan, he just gain away this blue buff, and Ray once again lose the blue. And that will be a nightmare starting.
And Yuan is asking for more.
Yeah. As for the wolf, the big one, yeah, he gained the big one and the little one.
Left the small one there.
Whatever.
It's very hard. Starting from the very first minute of the game, YaLLa is facing some kind of difficulties because the jungle has been invaded and the red also, EDG.M wants it.
Oh. And the red has been reset right now.
Sinjol using the passive to clean away, but got kind of load from Rock's poking.
Yep, maybe that will be another kill from here.
Oh,
the flash.
It.
Yeah, the flash is so beautiful used, but it's 2 members right here, so it's hard to escape because Clyde have to offer some protection for Ray.
This is another topic of communication. Mozi is showing the vision all the time. He invaded into the red for almost 10 seconds till now. So if you know the idea that this Mozi will be staying in your jungle, making rotation to the bottom lane, so you better tell this information to Luban number 7, so that Sinjol can retreat back using the flash, enable him to survive a little bit more longer.
Yeah, exactly. But look at Ling Er Zhu, what Ling Er Zhu is doing. He play under the turret over 10 or 15 seconds.
And once the second blue has been spawned, EDG.M is not going to take in this fight and taking this blue to their side again.
Yeah.
Once more, and seeing the same situation going on. Yesterday, it was Jerry standing in this exact same positions, undergoing such a nightmare.
Jerry said, what will happen?
What will happen eventually? Well, these KPL teams are too powerful to going against with. Every single time your blue is going to be spawned, we will be there. Every single time you want to take your red, we will be there again. It's like they're having 10 players in one team. You almost have this kind of feeling that EDG.M have more members against YaLLa.
Destroyed a tower.
Oh, it's huge stress.
Huge strat, but that's a good trade from the side of the YaLLa. They actually did a great ganking in the bottom side.
Getting the middle wave, that's good. Oh,
yeah.
predict.
1v3 or not. Dash back and forth.
Oh, it's a level 7 against
Level
2
7.
level 4s.
A Wraith, only level 5. And the red buff right now, once again. Oh, is that gonna smite or not? Look at Luban offers the protection to the land, but still cannot take this kind of damage as the Mozi uses his ultimate to stay everyone in return. 4 people down from the side of the YaLLa.
1-4 trade it is, still favoring EDG.M. We can see the fire set by Zhou constantly burning down. I think in conclusion, this fire burns off everybody, leaving only one member alive. Let's see the fire setting up all there, all constantly AoE damage, continuously taking the HP bar away from you. Wherever you go, the fire follows you, and make good use of the CC chains with Mozi's second abilities.
And that's a match about the fire against with the ice.
YaLLa again, feeling desperate. Couldn't find a possible way, trying to engage into one victorious team fight. What should they do? What should they do?
4 minutes, 4,000 goal lead, 1,000 per minute. It's so horrible.
It's very hard to find a solution to solve this problem because you're facing a huge gap in the gold and you're losing total vision of the map. So wherever you go, you might be ambushed. Wherever you go, there might be some danger hiding in some dark areas.
Yep, they lose a lot of information about this map, especially their jungle land, their own jungle land right now. They're hard to get inside to gain back some resources.
After like casting and watching this kind of scenario, this kind of games, we actually learn a lot of like strategies when you're playing ranking. What kind of movement, what kind of like rotation and roaming you should do in order to gain yourself such a goal lead.
Yeah.
It's like a living example from EDG.M telling me, teaching you what to do.
Teaching you what to do. Look at Ling Er Zhu Heng. Luban's been taken very low. And Ling Er Zhu is so tanky right now. This kind of a mountain is hard to destroy and hard to deal with. That's the biggest problem for the YaLLa.
Oh, nice move.
Nice move, nice dodge of that, and he's trying to 1v3 to get inside, but you think too much.
1 versus 2. What a challenge from Yuan. Want to challenge the entire world. But you know, we can actually like introduce more about Miyamoto Musashi. So with a good use of the first ability, you will gain a like very slight second of immunity. Yep. And if you do this well, you can dodge every single like crowd control existed in Honor of Kings.
Exactly. Last time, you can dodge some control, but the damage.
Damage
directly to his body.
They're being aimed as a group. Oh, Clyde, watching Ling Er Zhu Heng constantly over there, but nothing he can do.
Yeah, finally, he's trying to gain some vision.
Control immunity, it is.
Look at this job. This dodge is pretty well, but it's not enough.
I think Yuan is regretting, you know, to do the ultimate to Luban number 7 himself. After pulling off this kind of decisiveness, he was really starting to regret this move. You know, all the teams just started laughing. Definitely a wrong choice.
Especially the coach. The coach was saying, what a player that.
Yeah.
You play so nice. 1v3, yeah, that's a quite confident, but did not succeed at that time.
Completely overthinking of his own abilities, right? You can do a 1 versus 2. I think that's a limitation from Miyamoto Musashi. But 1 versus 2 with like a 4 with the whole like fully prepared, all availables and all abilities available opponents are very hard to do.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't blame on Yuan. I just blamed on Miyamoto Musashi, this hero. He's just like not like Lan or Jing. He cannot 1v3 in a safe positioning.
Oh, let's see.
Look at Mountain Flash jump inside. Look at the damage. Sim Joe's been taken very low, and then a lot of damage will follow up. And then The high one chair will be destroyed. Look at that, just try to jump inside, but everyone stay low, but no one's gonna die. Oh, Yuan's been taken down by the land.
Okay, from the skirmish happened on the top, I think YaLLa is trying to fight back, trying to counter fight towards EDG.M, but I think the moment that they choose to dive in and the ultimate used by Liu Bang is way too soon. So before you arrive at your destination, the ultimate is over. So you have to make sure that the ultimate, all the abilities will be keeping in an active effect when you're trying to engage. The next time, maybe Abdul can choose to force on his ultimate later, wait for a little more time for Ray to arrive in the right positions so that Ray can be protected when he is trying to do the damage to the backlines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe next time he can just find out.
Wait a little bit longer,
Yeah.
for your assistant
Waited
to
too
arrive.
long, but right now he only have the Axe of Torment. It's hard for him to do anything of it. But the mindset of this kind of hero, that how to use it is quite important.
Wow, Axe of Torment will be the only items that this Lam have. But comparing the fact that Miyamoto Musashi has one more total item leading against Ray. Gong Sun Li, flexible.
Zhao Jun will do a lot of protection, make a lot of protection for the team. Oh, but look at the the second ability finally turn onto the Zhao Jun, and then Monte will follow up the damage.
Ray wants
Zhao
to
Jun's not
rotate
here.
back.
The Tourist Guardian's not here, so the Lam trying to jump inside, but once again, Liu Bang's protection is not in the right timing. So that would be a double kill back over to Rock. And Ninja's still alive.
Sinjo is the only member alive, surviving from YaLLa, surviving from this nightmare of the fire flames.
And EDG.M will end this game in 10 minutes.
Oh, I think the times stay almost the same. It's like a very simple demonstration of how to work the game, how to pair up with your teammates, how to do the best thing for your team. All in a very bad positions from Shanghai EDG.M. I think this win for Shanghai EDG.M will definitely be an easy one because starting up, this is the very first match they have in the 2022 KIC group stage, and only 20 minutes is needed for them to give themselves extra 3 points. Congratulations to EDG.M.
Extra 3 points for the EDG.M. So on the other hand, YaLLa, they have to keep going and keep confident for themselves, even though they got defeated by EDG.M for only 9 minutes, 10 minutes. I think it doesn't matter because individual ability on their team, I think it's pretty enough. But they just lack of some teamwork or some experience for the execution of the composition.
I mean, Group B is a group that you don't want to be when you are, for example, YaLLa, because you're facing Shanghai EDG.M, Impunity, who will be the second prize in the wildcard qualifiers, and Chongqing Wolves. Chongqing Wolves is the champion in our KPL 2022 summer season, and also they're the former champion in 2021 KIC. So just imagine what a prize, what a pressure. If you were YaLLa, you would be definitely facing a lot of difficulties.
Face a lot of difficulties and a lot of mentality problem for them because when you lose once again and again, you lose patience for the competition, you lose patience for your training. So this is quite important for them. Hopefully they can keep on going.
Yeah, I'm sorry to mention this over and over again because it's a matter of time. It's a matter of hard work. This is the journey you have to take on because you have to suffer and struggle a lot in order to gain something back as a good result. So there's a lot of ups and downs for both EDG.M and the Wolves to go down with. So even though Wolves are such a powerful teams, they have their roller coaster experiences in KPL regions, a lot of KPL season, regular season, playoffs. They have experienced a lot of more troublesome experiences in their whole professional career. So I think just go for your best self.
Go for their best zone because they actually have talent and have potential inside. So I think they just need some time for it.
How to say that? The greatest enemy is yourself.
Yeah.
You have to get over this. Okay, the MVP goes to EDG.M Ling Er Zhu.
Ling Er Zhu. 303 KDA. And so tanky, make a lot of damage into the front line or the back line also.
I mean, in this game, this Meng Tian Ling Er Zhu played seems like a bug to me. You know, there's no time you see the HP bar going down. He is constantly going recovering at the same time and do a lot of damage at the same time. This is why like Meng Tian is so popular. In previous metas, this hero used to have a lot of like very high winning rates in KPL.
Yeah.
In KPL summer season.
Because it's so tanky and the basic damage is so high because of his skill setting. Yeah, all of that is so OP in this meta.
It's a good sign, you know. Like both sides of the players are always like at the same time enjoying this kind of game. Mi Fenghua as the main coach for EDG.M.
Yep.
Mi Fenghua is a very good coach. Actually, I think he has very deep understanding of what kind of movements, what kind of gaming like styles that these 5 members can have, and trying to put up a very good composition, trying to form a lot of chemistry going on there.
Mi Fenghua, this coach really know how to combine this team together. This team together and rising up the spirit of this team. Yeah, and Shanghai EDG, as we talked about before, is really stay a long time in the bottom. Yeah, after that, Shanghai EDG, they strike back, and now coming to the group stage and perform so well.
All right, let's see the team standings in Group B. Shanghai EDG.M and Impunity have won themselves 3 points, and these 2 battles are all at the same time both taking place against YaLLa. So YaLLa will be facing a huge stress because they have like very early on scheduled games and matchups. And Wolves, we're gonna see Wolves play in the future. So just stay tuned, and we will together expect what kind of preparation they got for the group stage. They have a long time together with ESTAR. Preparing this for a long time, almost like 2 months.
2 months, almost like that. 2 months. After that match, I think they will get totally changed because when eStarPro they lose that battle, and Chongqing Wolf they will be ready for the next time.
A lot of things to be looked up to, and now we're diving into our interview. Hello， 明，跟我们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是上海EDG.M明。
在小组赛呢，会有机会和像YaLLa呀，或者说别的不同曾经没有在 KPL 交手过的队伍交手，这会是一种怎样的体验呢？跟我们分享一下吧。
就跟以前打的比赛就不太一样吧，就多了很多新的对手，然后就是大家就互相交流，互相进步一下。
Okay, so what do you feel to going against different like new teams comparing to the KPL like familiar ones? So I think the experience is completely different because we are going to encounter like new enemies, and hopefully we can grow together and find more improvements together. Very peace and love, I love it. 那接下来的比赛当中呢，明有自己想要交手的对手，或者期待哪一场比赛的发生吗？
接下来的话就，因为我们下一场是那个 Impunity 嘛，然后就大家就准备好打下一场比赛就行了。
All right. So the match that I really anticipate to happen will be the one going against Impunity, which will be our next battle. So we look forward to see what chemistry will be going on in that particular match. Okay, 谢谢明接受我们采访，谢谢，加油。Love it. Love the confidence. Love the peace and love environment.
I mean,
the whole atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, really grew up so fast. I feel a lot of mature doing this interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so peaceful. And we are communicate with each other, or we just exchange some experience with each other.
Of course, yeah. We
That's
want
the idea.
to grow. During the matchup, during the competition, that's the best thing I could possibly think of. Okay, so much for the match 2. The third one will be, very good ones. Beijing Weibo versus Bacon Time, and that's together. Wait for it to happen.
reason with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine high and light.
All right, welcome back. Here we go. Dive into the third match of the day. Beijing Weibo versus Bacon Time.
Yep, Beijing Weibo from KBL region and Bacon Time from Thailand area.
Bacon Time actually did a great job yesterday. I think 1-1 against Nova. That's enough.
Yeah, it's enough for them because at least they get 1 point for themselves.
Yeah.
But today they facing a huge pressure from Beijing Weibo.
Of course, Beijing Weibo. I have been like mentioned their names with this kind of introduction all the time. One of the best KPL teams.
Well, over 100 times, I think.
Of course, and YaLLa have been appeared like 1 hour earlier, right?
Yeah.
He arrived at the arena and started to watch the match like previously going on and get to know you have deeper understanding of the opponents you might have the chance to be encountered with. That's what a good coach should do.
Yeah, and then Xiao Keke also a good coach because Xiao Keke he know a lot of language, English, Thailand.
So talented.
So talented, and then he know Chinese.
Is that 4 languages?
4 languages, just like.
That's cool. I really want to like master 1 more language to myself. But it's cost time, you know.
Maybe Cantonese.
Oh yeah, Cantonese is one of the like most a language I want to learn.
Yeah.
Okay. Beijing Weibo.
I think this game, Beijing time, they actually face a lot of pressure inside, but I think they will. They really did a great preparation yesterday night, I think, and a lot of homework.
I mean, Beijing time is constantly looking for team fights. That's the only strategy they got. They don't like the dragons. They don't like the commentators chapters. They don't like to do invasions. The only thing that they only enjoy will be team fights. And I think they did pretty much a very good job yesterday. And those like fighting over for the Tempest Dragon is very impressive. So let's see what kind of surprises they're going to prepare to us for today's matches. The blue will be Beijing Weibo and the red will be Beijing time.
So maybe the team fight will win the Beijing Weibo.
I think the journey for Beijing Weibo to go on in 2022 KIC started up in the first round of the KPL region qualifiers. And it goes on to the second and then they make it to the group stage. They're one of the teams who played the most battles here. And they're the only one actually because TDG got disqualified.
Yep.
They play the most, a lot of times. Very hardworking.
This is the most experienced teams right now, by far. It's a soldier. And look at the band face, Zhang Fei, Meng Qian, Da Qiao, Dong Huang Tai Yi. First pick, My Shinanui.
My Shinanui is like one of the most played heroes by Hua Jun. Oh, again, My Shinanui going against Shengmengxi.
Beijing actually know how to counter this kind of a hero, so Shengmengxi will be the first pick of them. And that, ladies,
you know,
this kind of this lady will show up too early.
You are showing your weakness to your enemy too early, so that Beijing Weibo will have 4 picks available to counter you. We'll have like 2 more bans available to counter you. So yeah, hopefully you can like try to delay the appearance of Lady Sun maybe to the 3rd one. I thought there.
And they're trying to pick the UQ touch banner.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I love to see like early games character goes on.
That's a totally team fight conversation.
That's a signal showing that you are not afraid of engagements of the team fights. You are aggressive enough yourself to be standing up to find a place you are really thriving in the early game. I like this kind of confidence.
For exactly, just like Beijing time, do not afraid the KPL team. They want to have a battle in the early game. They just want to show the competitive face to face in the jungle land. And let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's together expect what kind of team fights, what kind of competitiveness they can show us in the 2 teams.
Yeah, Liu Bang, Lu Bu, actually they can battle the way.
I love these band places. They know exactly what Beijing Weibo wants in their composition. By showing off this Lam, they will definitely want to pair him up with a Liu Bang, and together Zimos Lu Bu is one of the most things you don't want to deal with when engaging into team fights. Good plays.
I think Xiao Keke really know how to counter
those Beijing Weibo really well.
Yeah, and really did a lot of homework.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time to do such that research. I'm quite surprised of that.
Like Hermes, finally the 4th place, they went directly to Luban and Lady Sun. Okay, I think a lot of like room of protection is being shown by this like selection of this hero.
And then the side lane, maybe there will be Xiao or Lempo. I have no idea, but definitely an aggressive side lane.
God. YaLLa to be paired with Gong Sunli. This is the first time, the last time that this pair showed up is to like Marco Polo, right?
Marco Polo.
Oh no, Gong Sunli.
Gong Sunli. When Yinor plays Gong Sunli with YaLLa, and this is the second time also the Gong Sunli. But why the reason why they picked the YaLLa because you can take a look at Beijing time this kind of draft because they picked Yukio Tachibana, which with short range and without not that flexible hero, so it's hard to get close to the Gong Sunli, especially combined with the YaLLa. So the Gong Sunli will be invincible in the beginning.
So the only thing I think Chelsea should be like pay attention, more careful with is the ultimate from Luban and the ultimate from Atta, and that's it. I think Chelsea can pretty much find himself a lot of like team fights rooms for this Gong Sunli to be dancing around. Together winners like expect what kind of movement like Chelsea can do. I can assure you, Chelsea can be as intimidating as Yinor. These two players are like the same talents excelled in this kind of heroes.
It's gonna be a dancer in the team fight.
A dancer in the ring. I love
Let's check and see. So the problem for the Beijing team is how can you deal with this kind of hero, this kind of duels, and you have to make sure every skill land accurate to the Gong Sunli.
You know, two things are needed when you want to choose going against Gong Sunli. One will be a burst damage in the late game. I think Lady Sun can cover this question. And the other will be huge initiation. You want to make sure that the Gong Sunli will be facing kind of a challenge, want to dive in during the team fights. But the initiation, like sudden initiation that it's not as strong from Bacon Time's composition, they really relies on their cooperations using the Mito CCs to form a bigger ones. So I think Moss and Summer have to work in pair together, aiming directly towards Chelsea, making sure that Chelsea can be restricted in the performance status. So.
Yeah, that's a main factor of that. And then another situation for the Bacon Time is that the first round jungle controlling is so important because Atta actually carried the smite combined with Yukio Tachibana. First round, they would like to invade the jungle land, especially blue buff. Can they succeed or not?
Two smites, Atta and Yukio Tachibana, two of the most early game aggressive heroes. Let's see whether Bacon Time can find a way to pull off these two characters. Don't waste your talents here.
They want to invade both above.
Yeah, you are born to do this, these two characters, but I think they're being too greedy. They want to take a lot of things, but get nothing in return.
Look at the solution of Beijing Weibo. They protect the jungle land so well. Lam, he did not rush to the blue buff in the first time. He would like to make a rotation to the top lane and clean the top lane's wave. And then back to the blue buff. And Zimo will offer a lot of protection for him.
Oh, the first ability from Hua Juan.
Oh, look at my master. Jump forward, trying to find some damage, but not enough to have that kill.
It's okay. The gold lead is like no differences. Even thing. But you know, from the side of Bacon Time, they obviously want more. But it's a good sign for you to gain your own stuff. We have seen a lot of KPL team against the non-KPL teams. So to make sure that you have the first round of the jungle is acceptable, I think. Okay, quick reflex there.
And this flash is so important. Look at Xingyu has been killed by the enemy. Chelsea, Francis triggered and trying to find another kill.
Oh, Mars is right there.
Mars. Okay, trying to find that. Wow, that's a huge lead coming out the bottom side.
Bacon Time did a great job there. Nice rotation. Me Mark is feeling himself completely on fire today. Let's see the replay. Moss hiding in and making her mess a perfect bait and offering the chain, enabling like Lady Sui to have another dash, even though he have to retreat back a little bit using the flacker. But I think this cost is like rewarding them a lot. Good trade, good trade.
And then Luban Master used himself HP, used his HP as a trap, as a bait, and then waiting for the support from the Mimars.
What a surprise! But you know, before that, like the team fight, it happened before like YaLLa gets into level 4.
Yeah.
So once YaLLa have the ultimate, I think.
Look at Yang has been pulled back by the enemy, and then another kill just inside. And then Anta will pull back by the Luban Master. That's a good invasion.
Oh, good invasion indeed. They killed Yang. They have to cover over this only one jungle core here.
Oh, Bacon Time Texas team you cannot underestimate. They really good at team fight.
It's so good. Let's see how they're gonna do this in the next moves, right?
Oh, the next move on deck. Zimo's been taken very low. Look at Ardan trying to find a kill, trying to use the second ability to put back the enemy, but it's not in the right position.
I mean, every single movements are so accurate. The execution of the abilities from Ata, from Summer is good. The collaboration with one another is good. The purpose of doing invasion is so clear. Like Bacon Time has really did a lot of homework, a lot of preparation for today's matchups. I think Beijing Weibo should be starting to worry about the consequences they might be facing.
Yeah.
This will be the first match for Beijing Weibo to deal with today. Starting up the group stage, they don't want to lose any points there. You want to be the top 2, make it to the quarterfinals. And
so
3 points.
They're gonna just start up the pace right now. 4 versus 2, and they're gonna dive into this turret and then flash with the first ability, jump inside. And a lot of damage will follow.
Summer is here. Let's see whether Summer can protect Mimars from the whole firing and jungling right there. Yang stays in the team together, 5-member all the time, stick together, going to the blue.
But the Yukio Tachibana also can have a fair trade.
Yep. But it's a nice rotation, nice fighting back strategy, using the Mai Shenui, using this kind of mobility you're looking for, and trying to go for the kills. Yeah. Nice movement. The first ability and the ultimate from Miyamoto
Mai Shenui
are so correct. I'm sorry, these names are quite confusing.
Miyamoto Yukio Tachibana and Mai Shenui.
I don't have a very good level of Japanese, sorry for this.
But we do know what kind of this hero. And look at the lamb to jump inside, trying to find a kill onto the 1v2 Yang.
The damage is enough to get the kill. Her mask definitely needs more times for this flicker to be over.
That's the damage he didn't expect it as well as right now.
I think you can literally see the anger. And how furious Beijing Weibo is in the early game. They're taking an impossible kills.
Another kill back over to Yang. Right now, I think the Bacon Time, they have to stay together. They have to stay together. They lose a lot of information of this map right now.
And Beijing Weibo together the tank, together with YaLLa, Xingyu, getting the vision in the jungle, getting every single resources away from Bacon Time.
Yeah, they cannot walk alone.
Yeah, this is called message communications. Once you have the solo kill against 7X, which was the jungler from your opponent, you send your teammates in the jungles and taking those resources they have as yours into your own pocket.
Yeah. Okay, Lady Sun's been taken very low. The Beijing Weibo, they just showcasing their power of the team fight. Yeah, maybe you're so powerful in the team fight, Bacon Time, I admit that, but I will show you the more powerful one. It's the skirmish we created by the Mai Shenui and the land.
If you take a deeper look at the composition that Weibo goes for, basically there's 3 assassins available. And these 3 assassins, both Mai Shenui, Lam, and Gongsun Li, can make a lot of miracle happens. And just now, the few team fights skirmishes happened in everywhere of the map. It's just how proficient they are with the single character and the heroes. So every single flash use is worth using. Every single team fight they picked up, they have 100% sure they can get it. This is how they unite together as a team.
Yeah.
They have a very full understanding of what kind of things they can do using this competition. It's really good.
And then snowballing in this time. When you get some goal lead, how can you snowball, start up the pace and extend the goal leads? This is so important. And then the Bacon time, they still want to create some team fight.
Okay,
that's what they like to.
Is in a bush. I think one step further ahead, Bacon time might find themselves under huge
Lian's position, jumping to the back line, and the flash will keep the double C alive.
Two flashes. Been forced out only one single actions. Oh, Bacon time is really doing a great job. I think you wanted to commit. You wanted to keep your whole composition going on. We can see the consistency within all the teammates from Bacon time. Beijing Weibo is very powerful. It's very strong as a team.
But Bacon time, they did show some competitive in the early game.
Of course. The fact that they have earned themselves a little leading in the early game shows that Bacon time has really improved a lot as a team. They brought this kind of limitations from Weibo's players to this extent.
Yep, they were reducing their mistakes they made in this game.
Oh, again, Nuanyang back into the same positions.
007, you have to focus on Nuanyang right now and look at the bottom side. The Gongsun will be invisible or not, will pull back by the Wuhan Master. Well, Chelsea went too deep. I think he want to be that hero.
Yeah,
want to be the hero for the team.
Going too far. But on the other side, we can see Beijing Weibo make good use of the wave in the mid, trying to take down the tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah.
I think it's a fair trade. You use one life in trading back for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, which opens up the entire jungle to your side. I think it's okay.
It's okay for the Beijing Weibo, especially they still have the 5,000 gold lead for themselves. And look at the Lady Sun stunned by the Xiao.
Wow, Summer.
And then Ada has been taken very low. Summer has been low, and look at Lan jumping to the back line, the killing spree, and he's still one more double kill back over to Lan.
I think a triple kill, right? With one more tower down.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, eventually he has to face the fate of being dead.
Yeah. And do the burst damage in the backline and take the crucial damage from the opponent.
10 minutes.
That's what we call Nuanyang. You can see Nuanyang.
The second, Hermes using the only that he got the first ability, rolling around across the wall, trying to do the damage, what will be the true damage and the true moment where Beijing Weibo, the 3 assassins, went in at the same time.
Yeah. I think they just, I think Bacon Chao, they are hard to figure out how can this hero play so powerful from Nuanyang's hand.
9,000 gold.
9,000 gold, because you have to earn more gold as quick as possible. So this is the point of how you experience this hero.
They want to trade the common objective. They want to trade the dragon.
Look at me, Marcy, seeing danger has been taken a half, and then Summer has been taken a half once again. 007 has been taken down, and then Nuanyang jumping to the back line once again. He's gonna destroy everything. Look at Luban Master pull back Nuanyang and trying to find another kill onto him. He will be struck back by the enemy, but what's about the high ground turret and the base? Can you defend it or not?
Xiao
2 versus 4. Right now, Xiao just jump inside and try to find the damage onto the Lady Sun, and the Lady Sun will down in this time. The big one crash into the base, and they can destroy the base as easy as a pike.
Beijing Weibo take the very first matchup down to their side. But I think there's some very interesting facial expressions going through with the cameras going on.
I think a lot of improvements should be done by Beijing Weibo because they're expected to win because they are Weibo themselves. They played the most games in 2022 KIC, starting from the very first one, the first round of KPL qualifiers. But definitely being defeated in the team fights in the early games is something they have to review, something they have to do better in the following up matches. Because for Beijing Weibo, I think their destiny, what they are aiming for is not getting victory, getting points in the group stage. Their final wish and their final goal is to be on the final stage, right?
Yep.
So if you're aiming thus far, you should be doing a better job than this one. So yeah, you can see like completely different facial expression from both teams. Even though Beijing Weibo is the one who is winning this single match, like Bacon Time players seems like be more satisfied with their performance.
Yeah, but I think Bacon Time, they were really enjoying this game because Beijing Weibo really showed a powerful competitive against with them, and they feel so happy that they can have such that opponents against with, and they learn a lot. I think I can read something from this phase.
You know, what really matters is that how well, like how much percentage you have been executed out on your strategies. So they have two smites available. They used to kill touch banner together with Atta, and they managed to make something happen in early game.
It happened in early game.
The
it really happened.
Is already like fulfilling in the early game. So I think it's okay. Your strategy, you worked that out, did a very perfect job, and you create a lot of problems, a lot of challenges for Beijing Weibo, and that's enough. That's enough.
Yeah, exactly. They create a lot of problem for the Beijing Weibo. But on the other hand, Beijing Weibo, even though they stay down or low in the early game, but they reset so fast and use Nuanyang to split push and dominating the side lane. And then the machinery used by the Huajuan, he will create a lot of skirmers and find a lot of timing to engage to earn more goal for the team.
Initiation machine. I will use this kind of term to describe like Huajuan in this particular matchup. Gen Z it is. Like Gen Z is short form for like Huajuan centered, right? Huajuan is really carrying this game, and no need to mention like the late game, those dive-in moments from Nuanyang.
Yeah.
Like a very good master on this hero, Lam.
Nuanyang damage 29%. It's been a while. I haven't seen that jungle core can do such a just like 30% damage. You need 30% damage. Totally destroy the backline. 7-3-1 KDA.
I think like the late, like early game, some defeats in the team fights really like bring this kind of aggression out of Weibo teammates in place. Nuanyang.
Nuanyang, look at this one. 2 blades up to finish the Atta, and then first ability combined with second ability jump into the backline. But unfortunately, the turret is still there, so you have to trade his life. But it's enough.
That's enough, yeah.
I think Bacon Time at the stage of that moment, maybe they're just confusing. They were just confusing. What about this hero?
You know, Bacon Time, they're not considered to be the best teams making out from the wildcard qualifiers because they're the last one making out to the group stage. Like if the 4th place, they only got 4 wins and 3 lose for the 3 days of the qualifiers, and huge stat have been made from Bacon Time.
Yeah.
I really admire this, and you can just literally see how hard they work as a team so that they can improve this much within a short amount of time.
They actually play this game just for a few months. I think the starting line for the other areas teams, I think it's the same. Yeah, they play this game just for a few months. I feel a lot of talent and potential of this team.
You know what they did is that they have 1 point score down because they are like 1-1 tie going against Nova yesterday.
Yeah.
And in today's matches, look how excited, how enjoyable they are going against Beijing Weibo. Managed to earn themselves a little bit leading situation early game.
I think the goal they aim to maybe is make it out to the group stage, and now they finish their treatment. They can relax and enjoy the game.
Yeah.
When you face to the KPL team, you can learn a lot and really shows the gap between the teams. They can find a lot of rooms and space to practice and discover and develop.
And for Beijing Weibo, I think, to win, apart from the fact that you actually won, but to be defeated in the previous two or three team fights might be something they have to go over. The second match, I think Beijing Weibo will be fully prepared and fully fired up.
Yeah.
So, Beijing Weibo really struggles a lot from the very first round of KPL qualifiers. We can see the highlight from this match first.
I think all the highlight is about Huang and Nuanyang. First ability with flash, knock up to. When you take the reaction of that, it's too late. You have to flash in the first time. You have to predict what Huang will do, but it's so hard for that. All in a sudden. And
Too much information to adjust. I would say this one more time. So a lot of things, a lot of rhythms are going on at the same time in different areas and in different locations of the map. And the map is quite a big map. We have like 3 lanes in like 4 jungles. So it will be very hard for you to decide which direction to go. What will be your next move? Okay, we will together expect to see more wonderful performances and movements from both teams. Let's take a short break.
All right, after a short break, here we go. Dive into the second match of this particular, very impressive to watch game. I was so excited because I really like this kind of vibe that Bacon has brought to us. So no matter if you're facing a lot of differences against your enemy, there's a huge gap between the competitiveness, between your power against your enemy, but you're never afraid of showing your talents. I really like this kind of confidence.
But that's a good feeling when you feel. That's a good feeling that you can actually feel about the huge gap between you and your opponent, and and then you find out a lot of rooms and space to develop. So this is quite important.
I admire this kind of spirit where you do not fear to take on any challenges. You know, it's alive. We will be facing a lot of problems during the whole process of growing up. A lot of challenges are just keep challenging you in your life, but you just have to show you are better prepared for this. You are prepared for every single challenges and obstacles you're becoming in your life.
Just show what you can do best. I think it's enough. I think Bacon Time, they really performed so well in the last game. At least they did create a lot of trouble to the Beijing Weibo.
Yeah, there's a lot of ups and downs for Bacon Time as well. They struggled a lot during the wildcard qualifiers, and right now they're facing directly going against Beijing Weibo.
Yep.
That's a very precious experiences. If you're an esports player, especially when you're trying to excel at HOK Honor of Kings, these players, these teams, you have the opportunity to going against them is so precious.
So precious. And right now they have they had that experience in the red side. Now they have they're gonna have another experience in the blue side.
To taste what kind of different feelings you're gonna be facing.
Yup, Da Chao and Meng Qian will band the weight by the Bacon Time, and then on the other hand, Mai Xianui and Lam.
The hero that I used before, I don't want to give you the right to choose it. So that's the reason why Weibo choose these two heroes to put it on the bands right here. Gongsun Li is available for Bacon Time to pick, but not need to worry because Chao has already used it in the previous one.
They can pick this hero in the second or the third pick.
I was wondering what kind of marksman that Beijing Weibo want to give to Chao. Marco Polo?
TianYun or Marco Polo? I have no idea, but TianYun, it's more fit to this competition to coming up against Gongsun Li, I think. Luban number 7 is still available.
Beijing Weibo might be one of the best KPL teams playing this kind of duel. They're just so good at the standing points. So for the teams that used to play this duel before, the last matches, from Group B, YaLLa Esports, please, if you're watching this, pay attention to this game. Beijing Weibo's Luban pair is so good. You can actually learn a lot of stuff by watching their games.
Yep, you have to watch this kind of duel, look and watch the details and the information. Not only this duel, what they're doing in the game, but also the midland and the jungle and sideland, what they are doing, the vision control and the information connecting, a lot of things. You have to focus on every detail.
Good countering, right? Bacon Time, using Zhang Fei together with Moya, goes into the bottom, going against directly, aiming to the Luban pair. I love it.
They would like to face-to-face show the competitive against you.
It's the same theory when you're using Mozi. EDG.M used before, go into the bottom lane. Because Luban pair will definitely be stepping closely with one another. So the pair, the marksman you choose, you'd better have those abilities who will be enduring a lot more damage when facing a huge amount of enemies. More enemies, the more damage it is.
Yeah, exactly. I really love the mentality they showed. So confident, and they would really like to block the chance.
And the BP, I think BP is even trade, they're not losing in BP. Say the draft is very delicately designed, taking Meng Tian Guang Yu away, aiming for Zimo, because Zimo is one of the players you cannot simply restrict him by using the banned places right now. A lot of more heroes available for Zimo to pick. But for this particular game, I think Zimo will be going to a tank. Since Xiao is not available, what?
Not
other-
available.
Ata?
Ata is
Ata.
still available.
Ata is available.
And Xiang maybe
Yeah.
as another choice.
Wow, monkey.
Monkey. Wow, they really did a pretty great job on
Their
that
hero
pick.
pools are really deep.
Really deep, and they really did a great job on beating phase. I think Xiao Ke as a good coach, he really learned a lot of things from the KPL region. And every drop they showed us, it's completely 50-50 equal strength against with the KPL teams, you know?
Yeah, still trying to decide which jungler suits the most, and then there's game will be going to the Jing. The answer, final answer for
007 play with Jing. Wow, is that really expert in this hero or not? We'll find out and see, because Jing, this hero is quite hard, I think. Because I'm pretty. Jing is my favorite hero, and I practiced hero for a lot of time, maybe 100 hours, over 1,000, over 100 hours in the training mode.
Yeah.
So it's quite hard hero.
If you compare to the early game abilities of Ata paired with Miyamoto Musashi, or on the other side you have Xiao together with Jin, which pair will have more advantages in early game? Considering the fact that Ata have a smite.
Have a smite, they would like to invade the jungle land or not? So this is a good question. Maybe they were not doing this in the first round. They would do that in the second round.
Because Bacon Time obviously failed in doing the invasion, right? In the previous game. So maybe for this one, what they're really looking for is the safetyness in their jungle, and on the other side, Beijing Weibo with 2 smites. They might be showing us how to do a proper and most appropriate invasion in the early game.
They're gonna show you something. They're gonna be a teacher.
Yeah, Zimo, my favorite, one of my favorite players. I would say this honestly, because I have a lot of favorites in this game. Okay.
Plenty of flavors.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Will we together see some invasion here, or the 2 bottom, 2 junglers that choose to start up this game in a peaceful way? See the rotation.
There was something.
Yeah, see the play, see the location from Zimo. That
Location really
will be
already arrived the blue side and trying to invade right now. The first move, maybe the laser.
Yeah, a little.
Right now that's a blue, because they have the priority of the mid lane.
But the exchanging HP, Beijing Weibo was winning in this kind of exchange. Because Moss got 50 of half of the HP still away from those minor skirmish happening in the mid.
Yeah. If you want the blue, it's too much for that, so you have to retreat back and gain another resources, just like a reverse fight, and then plan for the next movement. And still, they are collecting the information of the blue side. And look at Summer, it's been taken very low. The passive's been triggered. Look at the damage right there. It's not enough for that kill. But the CC! It's a beautiful CC from Zimo. What a play!
Yeah, so you have actually spent 3 man places in your draft trying to restrict the performance from Zimo. But Zimo answers your question by a wonderful performance, a very deep, mature master of how to use Ata. So proficient, aiming at the direct angle, brought back 3 members, and the following up damage is just there.
And Mima was trying to issue the flash, trying to get out of this area, but pulled back by the Arthur's second ability.
Oh, Miyamoto Musashi going.
Musashi come inside, find another kill, and then Chao keep doing the damage to zoom all the members away.
Bacon time. Zimo still alive in the bush.
Okay, Zimo once again to find himself another kill or not. Wow, Zimo. These are absolutely dominating the jungle land from the last team fights. He's keeping the pressure alive.
You know, one good thing about letting your tank having the resources again. Sorry,
once again,
skirmish have been down there.
Is that gonna survive or not? No way.
It's a fair trade. Still favoring like the side of Beijing Weibo because they are losing the price of a support, but in return they gain 2 more kills.
2 more kills right there, and Zimo still wants more. He becomes invincible at this time.
Zimo cannot be killed. Cannot be killed. The damage not enough. Even I think Zimo can handle a 1 versus 5 at this specific time. This time period, with no restriction, with no mortal punisher, I think this Ata will be staying alive forever. There's not enough damage here. As a jungler, I think Zimo is pretty much do the work for 070. He was basically like a jungler for Bacon Time. Taking up all the resources from like Bacon Time's jungle areas.
There's no any resource for Bacon Time right now. And look at the bottom side. Damage trade once again, and Zimo really showed that what is Ata, this hero. How can you play with this hero? So aggressive. And you have to find the right angle to issue your second ability and the first ability.
I mean, Ata is one of the most played and most popular heroes in KIC.
Yeah.
But for this one, this is the best one.
Will be another kill or not?
Of course.
Of course, Nanjing will get himself another kill as the Luba Master pull back the enemy, and then the double kill will back over to the bottom 2.
There's some temper here. Bacon Time really wants to take some kills in return, but the damage not enough.
Yeah.
I think you're rushing into something. Don't push yourself to do the things you do not have the ability to do.
And I think they really play so high.
Yeah, just enjoy the moment.
Yeah. Hey, look at this, lack of some damage, but what they did in this game, I think, not the wrong thing, I think it's right thing in this time. But the Beijing Weibo, they protect so well about the bottom duo.
I would say this is a very risky choice. So if you succeed in doing this, you gain 2 lives and 2 kills in return. That's a Bacon time. Trying to like turn this tie around and trying to buy themselves more times. But if you lose it, you'll be given Weibo more gold. You'll be given Weibo more time to tear down your turrets. A very risky move.
So that's a give or die movement.
Just went down because he did not have an ultimate available for you. For him. Yeah, this game will be ended shortly.
About the early game, I think the Bacon Time the movements of the Bacon Time is about give it or take it. So they choose to give it right now.
Like 4
they
buffs.
want to take it.
Beijing Wave will have 4 buffs on the 2 enemies. The all remaining buffs belong to the side of Beijing Weibo, and not to mention like Chao is very well farmed in the bottom lane.
Okay, Zimo is keeping to make a lot of trouble to the Bacon Time. This Ata, look at Ata, what is he doing? He's just gaining more vision and information for the team. Even though he's such that gold lead. This is the detail about the side laner.
After gaining a lot of leading situation to your team, you began to do
flash, ultimate, and then find another kill back over to the Ata. This kind of combo is immaculate.
Yep. And right now, top lane, bottom lane, both side lanes have the wave available, and Weibo can easily disappear different amounts of the teammates going to the top and the bottom, responsible to pushing the way further into the high ground towers. I think Beijing Weibo was looking for end this game in quite quick speed, quick pace.
They are accelerating the pace of this game.
This tempo is very difficult to catch up on.
It's hard to defend. Look at Mengya has been taken very low. The poking damage from Samushi, it's hard to suffer right now.
I think Beijing Weibo teammates, they are actually make any second counts.
Yep.
They are doing a lot of things, make good use of the time. Every second, every rotation has meaning underlying this kind of movements. So with the invasion from Zimo, opening up the vision, taking control of the whole buffs, and the bottom lane duo like Chelsea, together with Xin, you buy themselves more time to buy the items needed to do the team fights, offering the entire team that detrimental lethal damage it is. nearly 6,000 gold.
Yeah.
That's enough for Luban number 7 to be invincible right now.
6,000 gold, and with the protection from Zimo is more stronger, even more stronger.
Two waves on the bottom. Miyamoto Musashi, Luan Yang aiming down there.
Once again, Meng Ya's second level will have to recover, but what about the top lane? Zhao Jun uses his ultimate to clean the mid lane wave, but the top lane will be in danger, and Hermer's been locked by the Miyamoto Musashi, and then from through to that, only a combo with that. And then look at Crystal. No one can stop it. No one can have ability to stop it. And then triple kill back up to Nuanyang. Is that a Penta? No. But the Beijing Weibo actually can gain the point for them.
This is a model. This is a tutorial how to use this kind of pair, how to manifest this kind of strategies when you're doing in honor of Kin's matchups. That's a perfect example to show us, all of us, like audience from all over the world, how to use this kind of pairs to win the game.
Yep. Actually, with more experience and more past in the training,
I would say like zero mistake is being made from Weibo. This is a perfect example to show off the limitations of the character and the heroes.
Yeah. As we can see, it's more he don't just he didn't rush into the blue buff in the first time. He just clean up some jungle monster and then back to the top lane and wait for the next round's movement. So everything depends on the condition, depends on the situation. You don't need to rush to stick your plan, because the plan always will change because the situation will change at the time.
Love it. I mean, every second I cast in this match, I'm completely enjoying it because you know exactly what these teammates are thinking, what they're gonna do, and they do the best way, do it in the best way, the most efficient way. We can see the most rotations. Firstly, invasion, easy to understand.
Yeah.
Opening up the vision, making sure you have the time calculated in your mind so that you can be there for the next rounds of the buffs. And after being invisible, he's not looking for those solo fights or whatsoever. He joined the team at the very second he becomes invisible. He will be constantly lighting up the vision to Chelsea. So Chelsea is both protected by Luban and this Ata at the same time. Just repeating the same strategy going on, you buying those items, gaining the resources to your marksman. And here we go. By the second, Bacon Time realized the truth. They're losing.
It's too late. They're losing this game, and I think Beijing Weibo, they really showed that what it's about the teamwork.
I really like it.
Even though Ata, he gained a lot of goals from the jungle land, and he can do a lot of solo kill, do a lot of CC to the opponent, but he chooses to back over to the team.
That's team sacrifice.
Yeah, and have more effect in the team fight or for the team. Yeah, so it's pretty important for that. That's not a solo game. That's a game of 5 people.
Of course. I mean, I really enjoy to seeing this kind of strategy because we really want to emphasize it's not a game of one individual solo fighters. It's a game of 5 team fights unite together as a team, and we can really see that Zimo sacrificed a lot, even though he can do a lot of more impressive to watch performances. But
1v3 just like Yuan,
yeah, 1 versus 5. I think he can handle 1 versus 5, but very good and deep understanding of how the team should be working together. And this kind of spirit brought Beijing Weibo to go very deeply.
And look at the highlight right there.
So good, so good.
Look at the angle. First ability, find the perfect angle and pull back. The second round. The second round is to interrupt the flash of the Zhao Jun. What a play of that.
I mean, Mark have the quickest response to this, using the flash, trying to escape away. But you don't want to compete your speed of doing reflexes when you're facing Zimo.
You have to if you face to the Zimo, you have to flash in the first time. You don't need to flash after he just have the full CC onto you.
Yeah. and the team data here are shown. And in this match, I think Bacon Time, like literally you see no hope for them.
Yeah, it's hopeless, but I think another hope for them is, wow, a huge gap and a lot of room and space for them to improve. I think it's quite happy for them because the first game, maybe they just think, oh, KPL team is so in the early game, right? But in the second game, they really feel the dominator just come into this game and wow, without any buff, you know?
Textbook demonstration of how to be the boss of a game. I really like this. A lot of respect to Beijing Weibo, and after gaining like 2 victories in this BO2, so Beijing Weibo managed to give themselves like 3 points down.
Yeah, 3 points right now. As we can see, EDG.M 3 points, Weibo 3 points, right? 3 points in the
looking very good
in the group. It looks good. That's a good starting.
I mean, all of the KPL teams in the 4 groups are looking quite good because Wolves still does not have a fight, but AGGK Hero are already gained themselves with a good beginning from the very first day and the second day of the group stage matches. Okay, we are ready for interview. Hello， 花卷跟我们打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是北京微博花卷。
All right, we would like to ask you some questions in the first one because in the very first previous team fights, you are facing a lot of troubles. What do you communicate and trying to make the best decision out of it? 我们第一局的时候呢，前期几波团战呢，其实是有一点劣势的。当时在发现劣势时候做了哪些交流和选择，所以才可以把这个局面扳回来的呢？
交流就是兄弟们报警点，然后不要被对面抓到机会了，然后让大家都提起劲来，然后不能放松。
All right, so the main information of communication will be standing closer with one another. Don't give the opponent a lot of opportunity to find the engagement onto us, and trying to be more focused and more concentrated for the following up battles. 其实在这个阶段呢，我们会和很多除了 KPL 队伍以外的对手交手啊，这样子的经历会让花卷觉得很新鲜、很特别吗？
会觉得特别开心吧，因为能跟到不同的人去对线，然后会觉得特别有意思。
All right, so what do you feel to going against those non-KPL teams because you don't have a former experience to do this? And the answer will be like, I feel very happy to do this because I got the opportunities to do the phasing phase against the different types and different kinds of the enemies and the mid laners. I think I will learn a lot of experiences from doing this. 好的，谢谢花卷接受我们的采访，继续加油。Learn it all.
I'm so happy right now.
Going against different kind of the mid laners.
That's kind of fresh experience, I think. I think they need a fresh experience as well because, we're a KPL region. They fought each other for over a lot of years. Now it comes to the global and comes to the international championship. So this is the biggest chance for them to communicate with the other regions.
Different gaming styles, right? Okay, so much for the third match. So the biggest one is about to come. The fourth one, Nanjing Hero versus Wuhan eStarPro. Let's together wait and see. We will be taking a short break here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, no more time is needed for this very huge battle to kick off. So the battle between Nanjing Hero versus Wuhan eStarPro.
Well, this two teams from the KPL region and Hero successfully make it out to the group stage from the KPL region qualified, and the eStarPro is that team to directly win the seat of the group stage.
You know, I've been dreaming to watch this kind of competition. Not to mention that these are the very good KPL teams altogether fighting against each other, but the fact that they have a lot of stories, So we are seeing the mid laner and the support in Wuhan eStarPro. The players' ID is called Qingrong and Ziyang respectively. They were the former players in representing Hero, and together inside Hero they have won themselves 2 champions in total: 2021 Challenger Cup champion and 2021 Sprint season champion.
Season champions and a lot of FMVP. Yeah, the champion he won before is 2 champion. That's what Qingyong can do well in this moment, and a lot of achievement by the Qingrong. And then Ziyang actually a new generation for the Wuhan eStarPro and played so well in this team. So this is quite an important factor in this team, affecting the whole team.
I really wondered what No Fear is facing or feeling right now, because he was so familiar with these 2 teammates. They used to be teammates, standing side by side with one another, fighting for the glory, and they did it. Qingrong have marked down 2 FMVPs for the 2 champions they fight for together as a reward.
Yeah.
And Zhouku, not to mention Zhouku wants to play it in the bottom lane together, being supported by Ziyang. But so much bonding, so much relationship, so many friendships are lying down.
This kind of match just complicates relationship, but I think that's a word, that's a 2 words can conclude.
Yeah,
conclude this kind of relationship.
And, after making the transfer from Hero to eStar, these teams does not have any chances to meet up with one another, because in KPL summer seasons and spring seasons, eStar will be the team who will constantly stay in the S group, which means the first group, the best groups they got,
the top
in the entire system. But Hero is suffering a lot. Throughout, they jumped in between the Group A and Group B. They never got a chance to really face-to-face going against eStarPro. And this is really happening after the draw. Nanjing Hero is gaining themselves this opportunity to challenge, to have this opportunity going against eStar. Let's see, Qingrong is really excited for this.
Really exciting, because the FaZe finally brought them together.
Yeah,
and finally brought them together and against with each other. I have no idea when they against with each other, the mentality or the mood. I have no idea for that, but I just think I think they will throw even much harder punch for the other side.
Of course, you have to perform more seriously, search for your best condition and use your best condition to do in the fight. And not to mention, there's a lot of bonding for those 2 coaches, SK and Jiuzhe. Will definitely be rewarded of the best coaches in KPL. They have accomplished so many. All in together, I couldn't even count the number of the champions these 2 coaches in together adding up.
Yeah.
The number of the champions will be very hard to name. So many achievements, so many accomplishments have been made from these 2 coaches. And right now we're seeing the support going against with one another. These 2 teams, these 2 players used to be on the same side, doing the bottom lane 2 versus 2. And these 2 players used to be on the same side as well, but Xinghen wants to go to the top while Qingrong stayed in the mid. And right now they're experiencing the exact same positions. Wow, how time flies.
But I think the YaLLa, they still they still choose. They choose to stay in the same composition they are, in the same starting list. But a lot of change by the by the Nanjing hero it's been triggered. So right now, I think the Nanjing hero division actually have some chance to show the competitive to against the YaLLa.
I mean, Wuhan eStarPro has been rested for a long time after becoming the champion in the Challenger Cup 2022. They have been rested until now, so they have enough room, enough time to develop new strategies, trying to focusing on their personal growth. So they have been facing a lot of ups and downs in the summer season. For them, they're facing a failure because they does not become the champion. It was the Chongqing Wolves who become the champion, hold the final glory. So they are facing some downsides and right now reviving back as the champion of the Challenging Cup 2022. This will be the first appearance for Wuhan eStarPro to show off their ability as a team or individual talents. Very first time.
Yeah, even though the fact is they lose the final in the summer season, but you can always believe on the YaLLa. They always can come back.
You always have faith on Wuhan eStarPro. They never let you down. Okay, so much for the pre-match analysis. Let's just directly dive into the BP and the draft.
蒙恬人 KIC bantamweight and the machinery Da Chao is the next. So the first pick is Gong Li.
Nothing so special, but we can see that eStar definitely want to take Kai and Guang Yu duel away from Hero, but Hero still going directly to this Guang Yu, and this will be a swing and pick because they might go as a mid lane.
Yeah, because he really did it before.
Yeah.
Once played Guang Yu as a mid lane, but will countered by Meng Tian. But Meng Tian is not available in this time, so maybe that will be a change to play with that.
All right, Lumber against Zhang Fei, huge initiation used by Ziyang.
Yep.
Good support, very aggressive support, always finding the perfect opportunity for the entire team.
Yeah.
And Hero is putting up everything they got. The best cards, Monkey goes in the jungler for No Fear to play. Oh, No Fear is definitely prepared for this one.
Yeah, every ban, every pick, it's encountering. And then the ban is Xiao Zun. Maybe the next ban will be the... Let me think about it.
Once Nanjing Hero has secured them down with the Monkey, which means that Wuhan eStarPro cannot choose Miyamoto Musashi as a jungler because it will be totally countered with the choice of the jungler here. And a lot of eStar players are sitting right there. Together watch the very first match for eStar to start up to kick off their journey in 2022 KIC group stage.
Yep, and then YaLLa, they actually know the Bao is Bao is really good at binding Xiuyuan. So right now they have to take this hero out of the table.
All right. Still remains in mystery whether this Guang Yu will be the mid laner or top laner. Hero will give the answer to us in the very last positions, very last pick. And let's see the last two picks from the side of Wuhan eStarPro.
It's like a silent on the mid lane. We have no idea right now.
Wow.
But Chao is still available.
Yes, this popular picks where eStar really strides up on. They used to have very low winning rates using this kind of duel, but after several times of practicing and several times adjusting the right mentality, they finally showed a lot of talents by the use of this kind of duel. And okay, it's set up. Dongfang will be using Guang Yu.
Yeah. And then Xinghen will use the Zhou Yu right now. Because when they showed up the Ma Chao combined with Agudo, you have to offer some priority of the side lane or the mid lane to offer some protection to the bottom side because you choose to pick the late Sun. So the late game will be the choice for them.
All right, so the whole BP is side up. Let's see. Dongfang and No Fear, Monkey and Guang Yu is all okay. There will be a huge threat to what EDG.M, the marksman.
Yep.
Gong Li. But it's quite weird to see Lumber. Lumber goes together with Ma Chao and Agudo.
Because they are really lack of some initiation tools, so the Lambert will be the best option, maybe Donghuang Taiyi. But I think Lambert is more aggressive and with more huge area, I think.
I think Zhang Fei, like Hero, might stand a chance of winning the team fights because like only one initiation, very huge crowd control abilities is offered by Lambert, but without this ultimate for Lambert, without the flicker, I think that eStar really needs to find themselves a good and solid formation in their standing point so that this Ma Chao can start growing up, farming up, buy the items and do the damage.
And that's why it's so important they have to work together. The teamwork is so important because you have to only single round initiation. So you have to use it in a very, very right timing
But on
to
the other
create a
side,
team fight.
Yeah, the composition from like Nanjing Hero, like quite well-rounded. We have like Zhang Fei opening up the vision, be the frontliners, and together with the help of Guang Yu, diving in directly into the backlines. Not to mention they have like Monkey in the junglers. Monkey can be half of a tank.
Monkey can also provide a lot of vision. When he can jump away with his ultimate when in danger.
What really matters is how like Nanjing Hero will enable Xinghen to do the rotations. I think rotating, then the roaming will be quite difficult because he's facing the fact that he is going to be laning against Qingrong using Shen Mengxi.
But I think it's the top side because when you're facing the Ma Chao and Agrijo, you have to keep the pressure alive, especially when you play with Zhou Yu.
And no more time waiting, we are now watching together the most anticipated game ever for today's match, Hero versus eStar. Let the battle begin. There's no exchanging lanes.
Let's do it.
First encounter.
The first land of the midland.
Ziyang and Qingrong says hi to Xinghen.
Yeah.
Long time no see. The last
Been a long time for that.
The last time we were standing together,
Look at the blue. Actually, Zhu who carried the smite, but it's very dangerous because he learned the first ability instead of the second ability.
Yeah, they're like nice try, but eStar have enough like back knowledges,
Yeah,
knowing
nice.
that you want to have some vision here.
Yeah, exactly. Nice try, but maybe next time.
Don't try it anymore.
But if you fail in the first time, you're hard to get inside the second time.
Well, those simple like exchanging HPs are really rewarding eStar of a lot of room to make rotations. We are seeing like TianYun travel through the top to the mid, gaining the river strike to himself. And the bottom lane, EDG.M is also doing a lot of advantages, winning the lane when doing the laning against Bell.
And a little goal difference will become a bigger gap for now because when eStarPro, they actually have the priority of this game, especially the pace. As no fear reach level 4, still no opportunity to find a chance.
Oh, Dongfang on the top lane, the two soldiers, a warrior.
Is that a solo kill?
Solo kill over to Dongfang. Wow, good ones. You know,
Hanran get a solo kill by Dongfang.
I mean, Hero are definitely losing in another lanes, but Dongfang does solo kill is giving Hero a lot of hopes.
Give a lot of hopes and rise a lot of spirits for the team.
They're losing in the mid, they're losing the rotation, they're losing in the 1 versus 1 in the bottom lane, but Dongfang made this happen, turning things around, gaining the entire team more confidence. The solo kills.
It's so important for them because TianYun is still in level 3 at that moment. Because TianYun is trying to clean the minion wave, but the
get to level 4.
Yeah, but the Dongfang is keep interrupting Ma Chao to get close to the minion wave, so he always in the level 3.
So as a top laner in this current meta, the most important thing in the first 4 minutes is to make sure that you get to level 4 more ahead of your enemy does. So it's like a level 4 against level 3. There's no way that TianYun can possibly like turn the tide around. He needs to have those remaining waves to get to level 4. But that's the exact same thing that Dongfang witnessed and see and grasp.
So this is one of the ability to calculate your opponent's level and experience. So this is so important. When you're playing the side lane, you have to learn a lot more details and experience on that.
I think in all, in the first 4 minutes of this game, I think eStar are doing better job than Nanjing Hero because they're winning every single mid lane waves. We're seeing Xinhen is very low in the mana, and every single wave he'll lose a priority there. So which means that Xinrong can have more initiative trying to make rotation to either sides. But it will be Dongfang who started to mix things up in this match. I would say eStar is leading in 4 lanes in the very beginning, but with the solo kill gained by Dongfang, it's trying to shift things around.
I think things will turn around because Dongfang can show the competitive on the top side, and the next skirmish, if the next skirmish creates in the mid lane, maybe Dongfang will do a lot of things.
And we are gradually moving towards the peaking time of Monkey. So even though that Hero is facing some difficulties during the laning phase, but does it really matter? No, because Monkey have successfully gotten 2 rounds of the jungles. So No Fear is quite fully and healthily farmed up. So it will be a matter of time before No Fear started to find some opportunities, trying to do the rotation, trying to gank. And whether the gank will be a successful one, we should look forward to see their movements when we're back into the game.
Yep, totally agree. Because Monkey, he can play as a half tank and half a physical damage hero, but and a magical hero as well. But he really needs some item, really needs some gold. So No Fear have to farm up. So that makes it really take some time to farm up with that.
Comparing with the gold or the damage difference in the early game, I think if your composition is formed with Shen Mengxi and Gong Sunli at the same time, in the mid game, before the late game, it will be quite a task trying to endure those burst damage to kill this Monkey in instinct. So I think this Monkey pick is really good to the side of Hero, enabling Hero to have more rooms to farm up to the late game. So the key for a Hero is that they have to make sure Monkey is stay the same healthy H-bar state and also gaining themselves enough energy bars to be the tankiest mode.
And if Monkey is playing as a physical damage hero, when Monkey jump inside the back line, the Gong Sunli will suffer a lot of burst damage because Gong Sunli pretty afraid of this hero after using 1 or 2 dashes and Monkey jump inside the hard to defend it.
It's quite rare to see Monkey be the 3rd pick in the red side because usually you will normally be countered by showing off Monkey too early in the BP. But one thing about this is that they're trying to eliminate the choice of eStar. There's nothing no marksman available Marco Polo and Lu Bu at the same time, so that the true damage will be quite limited when they're trying to force a composition going against Monkey. So this Monkey will be safe and sound, farming up to the late or the mid.
Safe.
I think the damage right now existed in eStar's composition is not enough to destroy this Monkey.
Yeah, especially you don't need to, you don't want to waste a lot of damage onto Monkey, right? Ma Chao will be the one and Gong Sunli will be the one.
Yep.
So this is a problem for the YaLLa eStarPro. How can they deal with the Monkey in the mid game? If you're in the late game, your Gong Sunli can do a lot of burst damage, can have some extra, can separate some extra damage to the Monkey. Okay, that's right. If the Nanjing Hero, they come inside together, 5 people, bound together, it's hard to choose what kind of damage you have to issue with.
In this current meta, you don't really have to pay extra attention to the marksman. You let the marksman be alive, keep himself alive in the bottom doing the 101, it's okay. So you have to make sure that your warrior gains some advantages. So both teams need to shift their attention to the top triangle side. It will be very busy here because both teams want to make sure that the warrior have gained a lot of advantages comparing with one another. So rotation might be made towards the top more frequently than towards the bottom lane.
Yep, but now they're keeping the priority on the mid lane, so the mid lane will be the more frequent way.
Yeah, here we go.
Second ability can dodge some CC, but it's in taking a half. Lose some HP, but it's fair enough.
Clearly, like both teams are making rotation, trying to help their top laner as much as possible. Oh, Xinghen is very miserable in this game. Because when you're doing like Zhou Yu going against Mengxi, you will definitely be facing this kind of difficulties because you're short in the range.
Yeah. As Dongfang make a rotation to the bottom side, but spotted by the Yizheng.
And Joku have the vision that Ziyang is hiding in a bush. Roaming into the bottom, giving another poking there.
Still trying to find some window to break, but that's not an easy thing. And as Guang Yu, it just disappeared from the map once again. As the side laner, both of them, they issue the summoner skill.
Ziyang using the ultimate, trying to pull up the start of the team fight, but Ziyang managed to save the flicker to himself.
Actually, force flash out, it's available. And then the Xinghen,
good
with the
one.
first ability, and the Dongfang. It's gonna save the Zhou Yu, but it's not enough because Mengxi is too quick.
I would say this positioning is quite poor for Xinghen to make, because if you want to make rotation, you better choose a better route to do this. You are definitely losing the midway priority. You'd better stay in the right positions because obviously Qingyong is rotated quicker than you do. And to stand in the river, getting ambushed by eStar's members, definitely one way to break through for eStar. But Dongfang is really tries, Dongfang is doing a great job in this game, trying his best to save Xinghen.
But he still needs opportunity to prove himself right now. I think eStarPro, the thing that one thing that did really great is they always keep an eye on the Guang Yu. If Guang Yu miss up the map, they will do nothing.
Come on, show me what you can do.
They just wait for the information of Guang Yu.
How do Tanran get so much gold? I mean, he is being killed once.
1,300.
Yeah, this is a very heartbreaking game. You have to learn how to do
well,
this.
Look at that teamwork. And look at the execution. That CC change will destroy Bao in a certain because they already knew Bao's flash is not available.
Now, this is one key information for eStar to know. Starting from this moment on, I think eStar will start building a lot of crowd controls, a lot of gold lead, start soul building. This is one signal.
Yeah.
If you are very familiar with how the game plays, how eStar strategy is going on, from now on, winning the team fights will gradually be building up towards 5,000 gold lead, and they will take the common objective. They're trying to be at the jungle at the right moment.
That's what we call it. The team is eStar.
Another
really good timing they found. Look at another side. The bottom tier 2 has been taken a half. I think the last team fight just start with the bottom side's ability. Bottom sides cause a lot of things because when Lambert issues ultimate, Lady Shen flash out, but Lambert still flash available.
Yeah.
That's the detail and that's the timing they catch.
The CC chains work with one another perfectly. Beautiful. The ultimate from Lambert together with the ultimate of Agudo knocked up 3 members at the same time, leaving no possible way out for Heroes members. No fear. Even though he is quite high in the personal gold, but only one member can achieve nothing.
Yep. I find out this kind of team fight is just like a drawer, like an artist, like an art. Huang is trying to get inside, but TianYun always keeping the eye on him. It's hard to get inside.
But Joku has already used ultimate, so that hero have to retreat back for a little bit. Lady Sun is still in the farming process, while hero really needs to buy themselves more time.
Right now, 2,000 gold lead.
not that much, but I think it's acceptable for the Nanjing right now.
Together, see what will be the next step for eStar. The Overlord or the Tyrant? Or they want to make sure that they have the full management of the waves, trying to get closer to taking down the tier 2 turret in the bottom, clean up.
They're actually playing the full one, and the full people will push the main purpose lane, which means it's the bottom side, and then Thailand Chao will clean the mid lane, and look at that, they find another chance to kill the Guang Yu. Guang Yu is down right here. Yizheng jump inside the double kill back over to Thailand. Their lack of some reaction.
The whole teams are started to falling apart. Like Hero should be retrieving back, leaving them only one choice to stay on the high ground towers.
Yeah, look at Ziran, has been taken very low right now, but he is delaying the numbers of Hero, trying to do a lot more damage onto the high ground turret, but yeah, but I think it's not, but he don't need to do that.
And another countering here, no fear.
No fear.
By the several times and able to manage a wave a little bit closer, but 1 versus 3, this is a very difficult thing to do. I think the eStar, what they're really good at is that they stick together closely with one another, like following every single step, like Hua Hai went to, and make sure that there's nobody staying in the bush, so that Qingrong can stay safe enough and trying to gain a lot of vision to the entire team using the kitty bomb, often frequently trying to do like poking damage to Hero.
Yeah.
And one more thing is that Hero know exactly that no fear is out there trying to manage the wave, so that they have to retreat back. Going safely standing on the high ground tower is one good solution, trying to stall this game a little bit further.
Every moment, every solution seems that so right in that moment.
I think it's completely understandable for Hero. You know, I understand why they choose to stand outside, earning more vision, trying to earn themselves more in return. But yeah, the truth is that you're completely outnumbered during the team fights. There's nothing you can win this team fight.
Yep.
All right.
Shadow Overlord. They don't want to let this Shadow Overlord go, but look at
Yizheng. Crazy.
So crazy. So no fear has been taken to help. They can just gain this Shadow Overlord easily.
Well, this Overlord might be the one.
Maybe the one key in this game.
Going on to the high ground, I would say.
Yeah.
Even 1 versus 2, using the flexibility of this Hero, using the frenzy to deal a lot of damage to the enemies.
2 auto attacks in taking a half.
Yeah, there's no way out. There's no way out. I think the whole map for Hero is starting to see blank.
Yeah.
You don't have enough vision. Jiuku was kind of trapped down here.
He's in trouble. They've been trapped in the high ground, and look at the damage from the late edition. It's quite far.
Wow,
quite far away from that gal.
The eStar way of taking the fight still.
Oh, look at the CC Chan come inside, but they don't rush into the back line. They keeping the damage onto this turret. Oh, killing spree. This kind of match, wow, you're hard to defend it. You're hard to avoid it.
It's a good one, like 4-1 position, so that you have like 4 members keeping continuously going towards and going forward for the high ground tower, and then your warrior Ma Chao standing alone doing a lot of damage against no fear, and not to mention no fear.
And look at Ma Chao coming through the backline, destroy the backline once again. And right now they're gonna destroy the base. And congratulations to the Wuhan eStarPro. You can see how aggressive TianYun is.
I really miss them a lot because this kind of way to win the game, I see no one, no other teams can copy the same. Even
no one can copy the same.
Yeah, even though they are losing some of the solo kills against your enemies, but you manage to turn this around by the simple rotations. It seemed simple, but when you are really trying to do this, you know how hard it can be. Because we are doing the casting, we are sharing together the whole vision of the entire map, so we know exactly where the members are. But for eStar or for Hero, the vision is not sufficient enough for them to make decisions. I think Zhou Zhe is looking quite disappointed because he can accept the truth that the team cannot defeat eStar, but I think getting defeated in this kind of way is not expected.
Yep, no information, no vision.
Yeah, I think for Hero, they have come through a lot. You know, they improved as a team, traveled a lot, going against the second round of the KPL qualifiers, scored the third places. I think it's okay. For a group, for a team who has a sudden change in their starting up list, they're doing a great job. But for this one, I think, just one simple mistake will result in total different consequences. You have to make sure that if you are doing the one for split push, if you are missing your jungle out there trying to buy the entire game more time, make sure the 4 remaining teammates staying close with one another and let go of other resources. You have to let something go. You have to let something go.
Yeah.
Like make smarter decisions.
You cannot make any mistake when you're facing this kind of team, just such like Wuhan eStarPro. Maybe you can have a lot of mistake when you're in ranking or in some or facing to the normal team, but not available when you're against with Wuhan eStarPro. One drop of the blood will become a lot more bleeding of that because they will bleed you out step by step, and you don't know why. You have no idea. You lose your turret, you lose your jungle, and you lose your information and the vision by step, and you have no idea with it.
Oh, I think to conclude in easier and clearer words. So every rhyme, every single fight initiated in the mid lane. So you have to make sure that you are phasing and defeating laning using Zhou Yu going against Shen Mengxi. So try to make sure you have more help and more assistance offered to Xinghen, trying to help Xinghen gaining the wave priority so that comes into your next move. You don't have to worry about anything else. You just have to make sure that Qingrong should be stuck in the mid. You don't want to set Xingrong free. Qingrong can basically do a lot of miracles. So, I mean, the mid lane priority, I have to say that for a lot of time after the BP, I was expected to see this kind of difficulties from like Xinghen because they know each other so deeply. They know exactly what they want to do using the Zhou Yu. So the next phase, I think the next round, the next match, maybe Zhou Zhe can focus on the winning lane in the mid instead of forming other kind of compositions. You definitely want Xinghen to feel comfortable, to feel safely to do the roaming after.
You do the roaming, and you definitely do not want to see Qingrong on the other lands, right?
Qingrong can be appearing on either sides. That's what makes this player really, really a good one. He knows exactly where it should be like. And okay. Please, just cherish a moment for MVPs.
MVP is TianYun, and he played Ma Chao 5-1, 3 KDA, and 27% gold. And actually he showed, and TianYun is just showcasing how expert he in this hero and destroy the backline within seconds.
To tell like more interesting stories, I mean, TianYun has a very cool personality. I did a lot of interviews. I shoot a lot of like programs together with eStar's members, and TianYun always remained quite silent at the the corner, standing in the corner and sitting around the tables. But this will be the character. This will be the personality that got this player went too far because he was so calm. I think among all the tournaments, among all the players in the games, TianYun performed the best during the finals. That is really the reason what makes this player so good, because you have a strong heart, you have a very good mentality when it comes to the most serious, the most important matchup throughout the day. So I really like this kind of players. You are always prepared for the bigger challenge.
Yep. And TianYun, he's one of the best side laner in the KPL.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and even is the best of Ma Chao, one of the best Ma Chao. So he really showed a lot of things for us. We can see what is the top players right now in the KPM, and a lot of things you should learn how to play with this hero. But by the way, Ma Chao is a hero I cannot really expert in. I practice a lot, but Yeah, it's pretty hard for me.
It's very hard to master. And one more member I would like to talk about more. I think like Dongfang did a great job. Did a great job in the early phase. He's the only one that make the impossible happen. He's the only one who got the solo kill. He's the only one make efficient rotations back to the mid, trying to rescue Xin He from being cornered. And let's see the highlights here. I think like eStar used the first 4 minutes to adjust into this like battling environment, and from this very single team fight is where the whole eStar rhythm started.
When it started, everything will become different. So Dongfang actually is one trying to flank and trying to find the right positioning to create a perfect team fight, but it's just, Thailand always keeping an eye on him. It's hard to flank right here because when you are in this kind of level, you're hard to flank easily during the team fight.
I think we have seen a lot of like plays and performances from Hero. They definitely can do a better ones. They have come a lot during the second phase of the KPL region qualifiers, and we have seen like better moves from them. Maybe it's because they got a little bit nervous, maybe they got a little bit tired after such a long time of waiting, but it's okay because you still have the second chance. Let's wait and see what the match 2 is going to be.
All right, after a short break, and this will be the last single match for today. Week 1, Day 2, Group Stage 2022 KIC.
And the game 2 for the Nanjing Hero again with the Wuhan eStarPro. So in terms of the last game, I think Nanjing Hero, they have to change some strategy to against with the Wuhan eStarPro. Actually, they did some great job in the early game, but in the mid game, they certainly everything just turned over in a sudden.
It's very obvious they can completely did a greater job than this. They can show at least some competitiveness against eStar, but they're making like very simple mistakes. For example, you're facing a 4 versus 5, you went directly for it. That's something you don't want to see during this kind of matchups. So hopefully Hero can find himself a more rational mentality to go against in the specific battle a bit, because I think Wuhan eStarPro is fully prepared for whatever challenges they're going to be coming up with.
Yeah, exactly. You have to feel confident.
Hero will be in the blue set while Wuhan eStarPro stays in the red side.
Guang Yu and Zhang Fei's been banned away. And then Meng Qian, Gong Song Li, Mai Xunanui is available, but they choose to pick Da Chao.
Da Chao might be the solution, might be the answer for Hero, because this will be one system they're very familiar with, but they're choosing to let Jiuku have it, right? Because Jiuku will be going to the support. This will be the very first time Jiuku plays Da Chao.
Yeah, exactly. But actually, Da Chao only showed up a few times in the 2022 KIC. Hopefully they will keeping the precision or position of this kind of system.
I think like eStar have a lot of things, a lot of available picks are there to be countered. For example, like Xiao
is available.
Is another available choice, right? Even though like Guang Yu and Fuzi are taken off the table by the side of Nanjing Hero, but I think it's okay. There's a lot of available picks. You have to make sure you get yourself hands on those characters who can deal a lot of burst damage or a huge CC chains or ability to shift your enemies from side to side.
Yep.
That's simple.
That's so simple, so Dongwang Taiyi is available. Dongwang Taiyi will be the third pick. Dongwang Taiyi definitely will show some limitation against with Nanjing Hero using shot.
I mean, eStar, this team, they're so good at the Da Chao system, which means that they will know exactly how to counter this kind of composition. So it all comes down how you have formed your gaming understanding. If you understand into a deeper stand, you will definitely holding a lot of advantages when it comes to the strategy, like designing phase. And right now the second bans, Fan and Zhao Jun being taken away off the table from the side of Wuhan eStarPro, and on the other side, Marco Polo might be the choice.
Marco Polo and then Lu Bu will be banned away. Lu Bu cannot let it available to the Wuhan eStarPro. It's pretty dangerous.
Xiao Yu is okay. Seems very acceptable to me. Oh, there's just so many choices in the top lanes.
Maybe Xiao Yu is a counter pick. You can show up the marksman right now because Lady Shen, the burst damage is available.
But Qingrong's Mai Shidanui. That's something we have to raise our expectations right here. Okay, Lianpo will also be the choice. Good ones. This Mai Shidanui have created a lot of highlights clips, a lot of miracles, a lot of good scenes in favor of eStar, even in the grand finals.
Because this kind of assassin actually can really effective in the team fight and melted down a person in a hero just in a second or within seconds.
All right, so new surprises here, new surprises.
New surprise.
This is what we're talking about, Hero. You have to show your limitation. You have to show your specialties. Make good use of what your teammates and players are best at. Good one.
Good one. 百里守约 will go to the mid and played by Bell, and then Ma Chao will play by Xing Hen.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the very first time we saw this kind of composition going on.
And the 九库play with 大乔, Nobia play with the Yukio Tachibana. That's okay. Dongfang we play with Ma Chao.
I think this composition, the whole theory goes in this way. So you have the poking damage offered by 百里守约. You have to make sure you have enough vision, right? So whoever is offering this kind of vision will be Fuzi. But Fuzi needs to be standing closely with no fear. You kill Tachibana because once the ultimate has been launched, it's been issued, you have to enable your team to have following up damage. And Ukyo Tachibana will be that one core, giving out the burst damage as a response to Fuzi's ultimate. Oh, that's really new strategies to be looking forward to.
Really new for that, but they have to gain some priority of the lands or gain themselves some advantage in the early game or the mid game because the TianYun will push this turret so fast. And look at this team. If the 百里守约 he used the second ability to clean the waves that you without damage to that you lack of damage. To do the poking damage, and then if you use your damage to do the poking, then who's gonna clean the wave? So this is the decision they have to make.
So excited for the fill-in matchups. And for the next, the other side, the Wuhan eStarPro, this is a very typical one. We don't have to explain for more. These are assassin cord and all diving in for the right direction, for the same purpose, to kill the backliner it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of backliner for this hero, both Xing Hen's Ma Chao and Bell's 百里守约 will be largely targeted.
I think it's so special for the Nanjing hero because they actually have two silent players in this team, so they can surprise us every time.
Every single time you pull off this weird composition, you got less opportunity in the future because maybe your strategy will be predicted in the future matchups during the BP. So you have to cherish the moment, the right moment where your enemies are not prepared for this. Okay, here we go.
But you have to use it because they already lost a point.
Of course. They're aiming to score 1 point down using the specially designed compositions. And right now, Yijin has switched lanes with TianYun Lianpo, goes into the top, trying to chase up, doing the laning, going against Xing Hen.
Yep.
Oh, finally, Xing Hen's so happy, so pleasant with what kind of situation he got. Finally, I got to go to the top.
Finally, I can play with Ma Chao, but still face a lot of pressure because you are facing a TianYun.
eStar, every single movement from eStar comes from the mid lane. That's what mid lane priority is so important for inside of eStar.
Yep. And they switch the lane. Bell, he will switch the lane to the top side.
Trying to be avoid doing matchups against Lianpo. To grasp the initiative going against Yijin. So if this sniper is accurate enough, he can use 2 snipes going against the TianYun. There's no way that the TianYun can possibly get his hands on.
Keep pushing, right? No way for him to keep pushing if the 2 bullets on his head. And right now, the Dongfang Taiyuan second very low. Ziyang still in the level 3. But wow, look at the HP calculate. So accurate, he's still keeping the flash available. And look at the Xing Hen, it's in danger!
Ooh,
and he's trying to strike back, even with that low XP bar.
Okay, so exchanging the common skills, the flash is also being used by TianYun, trying to get closer to Xing Hen. Oh, they're constantly switching lanes with one another. And finally, you're seeing Xing Hen, Ma Chao going against TianYun on the bottom lane while Yijin remains on the top.
Maybe they finally find the right position to it.
Finally there. Once Ziyang have the ultimate, the right moment. They're aiming directly to the jungles.
This kind of engagement, just like a Odin Sudden, happened.
No fear. Facing the fact that he might be losing the jungler over to eStar.
Dongfang actually didn't use the flash. I think Dongfang can move decisively on that. Little bit hesitate on it, I think.
Back into the life where Jacko's trying to stay closely with Bell. But I think this whole theory that hero wants to play is not working right now.
Yep.
The first ultimate had been used from Jacko, goes into the top, but nothing had happened. Nobody is teleported down, trying to make sure they gain some priority here, and Egen stays so alive, safe and sound, farming towards the very key items.
Look at my Xinrong. This first ability with the flash, this range, and this accurate, this teamwork. Oh my god, Dax's.
What the pace of that?
It's very hard to compete from now on.
Yeah.
It's very hard to compete. Because we have been talking about a lot. Like Mai Shenu is one of the best heroes for Xinrong to play. And coming from the back out of nowhere, like this sudden move, will be exactly the same where we are gonna expect it to see in this game.
Yeah, and look at Puzi. Get inside, but it's been taken very low. They have a lot of burst damage. It's hard to suffer right now. And hero that actually needs a lot of time to special lead by the Xiao. And he farm up so slow because he cleaned away. He can only clean away with his auto attack or the second ability. But anyone don't want to waste the second ability on the wave cleaning, so auto attack will more slower.
We used to let Seth Bell, the character Bell is using a battle show, it goes in the bottom because like bottom lane you gain extra gold using the farm lane. So if you're choosing battle show, it goes to the mid, you're gonna be facing the fact that he will be earning the gold quite slowly. So that's the reason why we started to give up the idea of using Xiao goes into mid.
Yeah.
And more teams have gradually found the idea that Xiao together with Moz might be a good pair when it comes to the bottom lane at 2 versus 2.
Yep. So this is a new
It's
a new try.
Look at the wave push in the bottom. eStar getting the wave closer to the tier 2 turrets. Only before it takes in 6 minutes, they have all the tower down in the bottom lane.
And the vision of the red buff is totally lose control.
And they use nearly 10 seconds to do this. And within this 10 seconds, hero has done nothing. Only trying to gain more wave on the top, while not gaining themselves with a lot of things in return.
Yeah, this is eStar. Once again, they just keep bleeding out the enemy.
I think heroes started to lose track, to lose the sense of direction, to lose the idea that what you're gonna do for the next move. They're totally surrounded by eStar's sudden appearance in the jungle. They're kind of afraid to go into the jungle. They cannot get a full sight in the bush.
Well, Forsaken contract connect once again, but it's not enough damage for the kill, but the land will finish the kill because the passive's in trigger. No fear stamp.
There goes down another jungler, and let's see the goal difference here. Another blue buff taken to the side of eStar, and eStar can go directly towards this Overlord, making the whole pace a quicker one. They can completely start to speed up and snowballing. Once Tingrong got disappeared from the map, I think the whole hero just started trembling. They do not have any idea that which lane should they go because they do not have the sight of Egen. They don't have the sight of Ziyang.
And the pretty scale of Xinrongs right now because you can figure out how big of the shadow in their heart.
Tyrant has been defeated.
And since there are too many cores in this composition, I think there's a very limited resources. So as to how to distribute this kind of limited resources will be the question for Hero. And right now they choose to exchange this Overlord against eStar, and eStar are hiding their vision now. The only one, like member from eStar they let Hero see will be TianYun. The remaining four will be a mystery.
You can only see the vision point from the other side.
Oh, this game is like very extremely hard to compete. When you have no vision there, you do not want to make.
It's so hard for that. Look at Dongfang. Trick some skill.
Like the backliners are miserable right now. And Mai Shiranui has been disappeared for a very long time. And right now he's starting to show vision in the top. That enables Hero to do a little bit of rotation back to the bottom because they have to make sure this Mai Shiranui stayed on the top side.
They already started to play the split push just like 1-3-1. That's absolutely dominating this game. Oh, once again, Ziyang, every single ultimate can bite on the carries. Oh my god. So accurate he used his ultimate as Lamport jump inside trying to find something, trying to find the no fear. But the elevator has been ready.
Now, I really want to spend a little more time trying to introduce Ziyang, this player, as an individual once more, because Ziyang is basically carrying out the entire team. He is the main brain behind all of this. He is the one who makes decisions for the entire eStar teams. So eStar, once they have like Dong Huang as a support, they will be hugely very clear with every single movement you're gonna do. And they're so decisive in every single actions. These all contributed. We have to give credit to Ziyang, main brain behind all of this.
He only used three times ultimates in 9 minutes, but every time very effective and right in the middle, right in your heart.
I mean, the KDA is 004. So basically, he is using 4 times.
The 4 times
and making these happen. Huge gold lead.
Yeah, look at this time. Every time gonna go. But what's the damage? Can the damage follow up or not? And look at the lamp and the machinery to jump inside trying to find number damage. But still, they have two.
Oh my god!
They still knock out 3. They still knock down 3 members of the double side.
This action needs a lot of times. We all know that Lianpo is one character who has huge initiation skills, but you really have to pay for the attention to find that right moment where you use the knockout to trying to solve your enemy at right there. So Hero is waiting for the time. They're standing together in the second ability from Da Chao, trying to go back to the base.
Yeah.
And Lianpo made it happen. TianYun made it happen using the ultimate, making the 5 members leaving.
Making everyone will be in the sky. Look at Qingrong used just ultimate, but the Cortis is live. But once again, a little bit late for that. 1-for-1 trade.
Hero is starting to fall apart. I think eStar is too powerful an opponent to handle. It's a game, it's a competition of fighting over the vision. It's a competition of doing the team fights. And among these 2 combats, I think eStar are totally winning.
Yep.
Totally winning.
Oh, machinery has been knocked. But what's the purpose? I have no idea. I think Dongfang, this kind of movement is meaningless. As you said, they're going to they're starting to fall apart, and yeah, everything seems mess right now.
It's like on the entire map, a lot of things are going on. We are seeing the top lane pushing. We're seeing the bush and bushing strategies from eStar.
Yeah.
So they are creating everything they can do.
Once again, from the dark with the Howling Emblem and Flash. So cool of Xiao and right now, and look at the top side. The Howling Tower has been taken back with low bow. It's about to die, and then the Huang can finish this game.
The Vanguards are ready. The line is already become unstoppable, and Da Xiao is trying her best, trying to buy themselves more times, but double kill over to Huang. They're waiting the Vanguard to reach at the base, and finally it will be eStar to score down the 3 points to their teams.
And then this game in 12 minutes.
I mean, complete, like insane control of the map. It's almost like they have the entire vision. They know exactly what hero is trying to do. And with the good use of the ultimate, only 5 ultimate is needed for Ziyang to help the whole team finish the game within 12 minutes. Like huge hug. Huge hug is like being given to all the teammates. They used to be a very good friend. They used to be very good teammates. And right now we are seeing a huge like differences between these two teams. And this is what we call the best team from KPL.
Best team from KPL as we saw this this kind of matchup. Just one word, one sentence I want to say: the former kings coming back.
Wow, this whole vibe is so overwhelming.
You'll be careful, Yizheng.
Don't get too excited.
So exciting.
Don't get too excited. The whole execution of how they're gonna be playing this game. The whole master of the vision. And let's see, they only like spend 0.1 seconds to trying to decide what kind of things they want to do in a role as a team. So once like Ziyang pulls off the ultimate from Donghuang Caiyi, every single ability will be followed up with no hesitations. They're throwing everything they got. The burst ability from Mai Shinanui, the other like control ability, minor CC chains from TianYun. That highlights like TianYun using the ultimate to knock down 5 members to keep heroes members stay in the right positions, in the original position. That's something huge.
I would like to say one eStarPro, it's through a wrong team right now. For the coach, for the BP, they have SK, right? SK can manage every single drop for them. And then for the individual abilities, Qingrong, and then TianYun, Yizheng, everyone, and Ziyang in this game so accurate by his ultimate using the individual ability of the team is so cool, and Huang, well, and then the teamwork. Look at the CC chain they played in these 2 games, so tight, and every single CC rebounds within 0.1 second, I think. So immaculate.
I mean, just by the fact and by the second that you thought some team, for example, Wuhan eStarPro, have reached to some certain kinds of limitations, they will expand your imaginations by becoming even stronger ones. So I really thought like eStar might be the limitation, might be the like curtain fall to the entire KPL. But they are still evolving to become an even greater one. And the MVP, with no doubt, will be awarded to TianYun. Wow, scored 2 MVPs down.
2 MVPs down, and 1-1-11 KBA, 4 ones on that. Damage taken 28%, and also do 80% damage. Every time, and this time, it's the most horrible time. Flash. Boom. Everyone on the sky, no one can take out the lift.
Well, this action completely takes out, deprive the only hope that hero can possibly find to win. That's cruel.
That's what, and this kind of clip, let me say that is a hope destroyer.
Yeah, hope destroyer, it is. I think that from the 2 previous like matchups, TianYun has shown his limitations as a very good warrior. Ma Chao, good use. A very correct time finding, a very good opportunity seizer, trying the best he got to develop more items to be a nightmare towards the backline. And the second match, he finds his way to display his talents when it comes to being a tank for the entire team.
managed to initiate as much as possible. Did a great job.
But he did a great job as well as EDG.M in this game. I think EDG.M he just need to do some damage to the turret or do some damage into the team fight. It's fine. A lot of pace will found by the Mai Xunenui and the Limpos right there. So Qingrong and Tairan they play so well in this game. And look at the team standing right now where eStarPro become the next one who already gained 3 points for themselves. So a lot of 3 points right now.
I was kind of worried for eStar because it's been a while since the last official tournament started, but I got suddenly relieved after watching and casting these two BO2, these 2 matches in total. I think they're still evolving, they're still becoming a greater team, and they do not need any time to adjust into KIC.
Yep.
They are already there. So if I was to worry for one team, I think Hero needs to recover from this kind of failure because they have been waiting for a long time in this match going against eStar to see what kind of differences you have going against with the top.
So this is really a big problem for them because this time they totally, I would like to say that's a totally destroyed their mentality, right? And dominated by their opponent. So the reset and recover is so important. You have to replay it and you have to find out the problem and you have to learn how eStarPro they play, right?
All right, so they still have a long way to go, a lot of future ahead. And let's directly jump into the interview. Let's see who's with us. Hello， 子阳，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是武汉eStarPro子阳。
A lot of familiar faces are in your opponent's side. For example, Jiuku, Wu Wei, Xinhen. So how do you feel to finally get in one match against themselves? 就是在这场比赛，其实对于子阳来说，有很多老朋友啊，曾经一起效力在 Hero 的队友，都在这一场比赛，我们共同征战，感觉是怎么样呢？终于又和他们再一次在赛场上面见面。
很奇妙的感觉吧，之前是队友，现在可以当对手嘛。
Okay, it's a very magical feel because we used to be the teammates standing side by side, but right now we're going against each other. It's quite interesting, and hopefully we can all becoming better together. 在这一段比较长的休赛期当中呢，eStar做了哪一些调整和进步？觉得今天自己做的哪一方面是更好的呢？
我们调整倒没有特别大的改动吧，还是保持之前就行了。
All right, you have been experiencing quite a long time of resting. So what did you prepare for KIC? What adjustment did you make? So the answer will be yeah, we mainly focus on maintaining us in the best situation, in the best status, so that we can get ready for any kind of battles we are going to be facing in the future. 好的，谢谢子阳，这是我们采访之后的比赛，希望你们继续加油，谢谢。Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think they already strong enough, so they have to play themselves and reduce the mistake. I think it's okay.
Find a way to maintain the best version of yourselves.
Yeah.
Might be the solution to keep them all in the peaking times. I think eStar, it's good. You know, I'm pretty satisfied with what kind of performances eStar have shown us. And today's result, there's no tie. SCARZ, EDG.M, Beijing Weibo, and Wuhan eStarPro will be the winner for today's matches.
And then the eStarPro will be the last game's winner of today. So a lot of 3 points were created in today because all of them is 2-0 win this game. They got a Group A, eStarPro, Nanjing Hero. And Group B, Shanghai EDG.M Impunity. Group C, Chengdu AG, SCARZ, but SCARZ they already played 2 games. Yep. A lot of, I think this is the first and the second day.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow, interesting. XYG, Isurus, Tianji, Chongqing Wolves, and Foshan DRGGK. So after tomorrow's matchups,
we're going to be facing all the teams having their battle performed during the group stage. So tomorrow, still a lot of things should be expected and to look up to. And XYG, we have been waiting them, for a very long time. The last time we'll be dated back in the first round in the KPL qualifiers.
Yep, the first round, they won the first round qualifier, but after that, well, it's been a long day of that.
Yeah, and not to mention like Chongqing Wolves.
And Chongqing Wolves as well. So hopefully we can see an excellent performance from the XYG and Chongqing Wolves. As we can see, eStarPro, they performed so well today.
So tomorrow's matchup will definitely be as amazing as today. So hopefully we can still see you guys around. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.